Good morning, everyone. Please be seated. Ooh, first aid jitters. Well, welcome everyone to our County Council meeting on Wednesday, January 14th, 2026. It's 9:31 and I'm calling this meeting to order. As we gather here today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we are meeting on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Algonquin people for their stewardship of this land and honor their rich history and culture. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we are committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. And today, as we pause for a moment of silence, let us remember Madawaska Valley's Councillor Ernie Poplinski, who passed away on December 27th. His dedication and service to the community will be deeply missed. Our heartfelt condolences to his family, friends, and the Madawaska Valley community. Now, if we could please stand for a moment of silent reflection.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us common.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Would the clerk kindly call roll call?
Good morning, and yes, I can. Councillor Brose. Councillor Doncaster.
Here.
Councillor Donahue.
Here.
Councillor Emo.
Present.
Councillor Giardini.
Present.
Councillor Grills.
Present.
Councillor Hoddenon.
Present.
Councillor Yan.
Here.
Councillor Lynch.
Here.
Councillor Mayville.
Present.
Warden Murphy.
Here.
Councillor Proctor. Councillor Nicholson.
Here.
Councillor Service.
Here.
Councillor Schulist.
UTM GISO.
Councillor Watt.
Present.
And Councillor Ware.
Here.
Thank you, and we have quorum.
Thank you. And at this time, I'll ask, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? I see none. So we've got a whole bunch of minutes to approve. So the first one, I have a recommendation that the minutes of the County Council meeting of November 2026 be adopted. Could I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Greater Madawaska, second by the member from Laurentian Valley. Were there any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? And that's carried. I have a recommendation that the closed minutes of the County Council meeting of November 26, 2025 be adopted, knowing that if there are any errors or omissions, we will have to talk about them in closed. May I have a mover and seconder to get them on the floor, please? Moved by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards, and seconded by the member from Madawaska Valley. Were there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. I have a recommendation that the special county council meeting of the minutes of the special county council meeting of December 3rd, 2025 be adopted. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Renfrew, seconded by the member from Laurentian Hills. Were there any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? I have a recommendation that the closed minutes of the special county council meeting of December 3rd, 2025 be adopted. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Head Clare Mariah, seconded by the member from Renfrew. Were there any errors or omissions? Seeing none. All in favor? And finally, I have a recommendation that the minutes of the county council meeting of December 10th, 2025 be adopted. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Petawawa, seconded by the member from McNabb Braeside. Were there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you, council. Good morning, County Council. As we begin a new year, I am honored to serve as your warden for the County of Renfrew in 2026. On behalf of County Council, I wish everyone a happy new year filled with health, hope, and continued collaboration. Last week, I had the privilege of attending the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus annual general meeting. The EOWC continues to be a driving force for regional advocacy, infrastructure investment, and sustainable growth across Eastern Ontario. Our strategic plan remains our guiding framework, ensuring that our priorities, housing, healthcare, access to and rural competitiveness, and workforce development are advanced through evidence-based decision-making and strong partnerships. I would also like to take a moment to congratulate Bonnie Clark on her acclamation as chair of the EOWC and Warden Nathan Townend from Lennox and Addington on his election as vice chair. Their leadership will be instrumental in advancing the priorities of our region. As we move forward, I remain committed to the strategic direction set out by the EOWC and our county's own strategic plan. Together, we will work to secure long-term prosperity in Renfrew County and across our region. Looking ahead, next week, a number of us will be attending the Roma Conference in Toronto. I am pleased to share that we have secured several delegations with ministry officials, which will allow us to continue the important advocacy work we began during Queen's Park Day in November. These meetings are critical opportunities to ensure that the voices of Renfrew County are heard and that our communities receive the support they need. I would like to emphasize the importance of adhering to our procedural bylaw during County Council and committee meetings. By conducting our meetings efficiently and respecting our established process, we can ensure that all agenda items are addressed in a timely manner and that Council's attention is focused on the issues that matter most. This commitment to good governance allows us to make the best use of our time and deliver meaningful results. All of these efforts continue to reinforce our why statement: to cultivate a compassionate, collaborative, creative, and inclusive environment, providing our community with meaningful support and innovative solutions. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. Thank you. And now I will ask Mr. Davis to introduce our delegation for this morning.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, County Councillors, for 2026. I'm pleased to have our first delegation from the Pembroke campus of the Algonquin College. Today we have, if you may, we have two presenters. We have the Dean, Angela Rintol, of the Pembroke campus, and along with Jody Buchholz, to talk about the Algonquin College, the programs, and some of the challenges they're facing, as we probably mentioned or have heard throughout the year, some of the challenges most colleges are facing throughout Ontario. So welcome, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having us and this opportunity to speak to such an important group in our community. As introduced, my name is Jody Buchholz, and I'm the manager of Community and Student Affairs at Algonquin College's Pembroke campus. And I wanted to kick us off today with a little bit of an overview of what our student population looks like. So I'm going to get into some stats, and Dean Rintol has some wonderful stories to share around programming. So looking at our local student population, roughly 27% of our fall level 1 students, so that means that's their first term on campus at the Pembroke campus, came from Renfrew County. And so you can see there are lots of little dots on the map because they come far and wide right across Renfrew County. So that is 107 of 398 first-year students, domestic first-year students, hail from the county of Renfrew. This winter, we just started as of Monday our winter term, and we welcomed an additional 95 new students into our campus through our Bachelor of Science in Nursing Pathway program, our Electrical Techniques Apprenticeship program for Level 1, as well as Personal Support Worker, Practical Nursing, and Practical Nursing Pathway. So we do have a healthy student body. I was actually just running the numbers right now, and we have almost 850 full-time students on campus this term. So that is pretty significant. On average, if you look at the entire academic year, we average over 1,000. So we have healthy student enrollments. Of our domestic population, roughly 11% self-identify as Indigenous, so that might be First Nations, Métis, or Inuit. And we did see that slightly grow over last year, where we sat at 10%. Looking at Renfrew County students. So not all students from Renfrew County come to us, unfortunately, but we would love to see more and more of those students come to us. You can see up on the screen that we have, in 2014, so we're always a year behind with these stats that come from Ontario colleges, that 307 students attended the Pembroke campus of Algonquin College in the fall of 2024. Or sorry, I should say Algonquin College, but not the Pembroke campus. The Pembroke campus specifically was 236 first-year students, and not attending Algonquin College is 328. So you can see that the numbers are fairly evenly split. And so we, along with your help, would love to see that portion, the 236 who did attend the Pembroke campus, we would love to see that grow incrementally year over year. And Dean Rintoul will talk about how we look to increase that local student draw in relation to our programming. This will be hard for some of you to see. It's hard for me to see. But we do have a little bit of a division of where our students come from across Canada. So this, again, is our domestic student population. You can see Ontario up there, nice and tall and green, as well as Quebec. The reason why I like to show this is that we have students from right across Canada. We have students from Alberta, BC, Manitoba, the Northwest Territories, as well as Saskatchewan and the Yukon. So again, we have though it's not a huge population, we do have a national domestic student population on campus, and that is because of the unique programs that we do offer at the Pembroke campus, that those students seek us out, seek out Renfrew County, seek out Pembroke. A little bit about our domestic and international student population. So 17% of our fall 2025 student population fell into the international student category. And then we also have, again, some of you might find this a little hard to see, we have over 20 countries where our international students hail from. Our biggest student population is from India, with a 59% of that 17% student population. But we also have students who are coming to us from Fiji, from Tanzania, as a couple examples, from Greece. So we have a very diverse international student population on campus. And as you have probably seen, as you are trekking through Renfrew County, there is a lovely growing diversity amongst our population, and part of that is attributed to our international student population. A little bit of our gender distribution. So we currently have, and I'm going to have to turn around because I can't see those numbers, 37% of our student population falls as self-identified male, and 61% is in the female category, with 2% that are undeclared. We did see an increase in our self-identifying female population, and as a result, we do think that that correlates to our increased intakes into our healthcare programs, which is traditionally a little bit more female-dominated in our demographics. And now I'm going to hand the remote over to Angela.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us here today. I really appreciate the opportunity to provide you with a fulsome update as to what the campus is doing within the confines of Renfrew County. First off, I wanted to sort of show you, I'm not going to read through every one, I'm going to highlight a few of these, but these are all of the full-time programs that we offer at Pembroke campus. Some of the feedback we see from community is they're not understanding what all is offered here. They will say, well, my daughter or my son went to Ottawa or somewhere else because they didn't realize it was offered here. So I'm providing you with sort of a good overview of all of the full-time programming that we offer here. Some of the new programming that we are bringing in is the Bachelor of Science in Nursing honors program. We have always offered it here, but it was in collaboration with the University of Ottawa. So students would come and study here, but they would receive all of their credentials from the University of Ottawa. And the university owned that curriculum and dictated as to how things can be changed or modified within that programming. By being able to offer our own degree that is owned by Algonquin, we have control of the curriculum and we can be a little more nimble when we're trying to respond to industry needs. Because that is one of the things that we found with the university curriculum. It took a very long time to make changes to respond to those needs. And as I'm sure all of you are aware, healthcare changes dramatically. Our healthcare landscape within our country is changing, as is our healthcare system. So it's really important that we are able to be nimble and respond to those needs of our industry partners. This new program will have a fall intake. It will also allow students to graduate a full semester sooner. So it's not a condensed program, which doesn't work in nursing. There is just so much to learn. Student success often pays the price when we try to condense that information. We are doing an accelerated program, so there are less breaks, which allows for students to graduate that much sooner and get out into the workforce. The other thing to note is that we are this year celebrating 50 years in nursing education. So when I say we've been offering nursing education for a long time, we have. In terms of Algonquin College, 50 years in total, with 25 of those years being in offering a Bachelor of Science in Nursing. So this is not a new degree. We're not new to the game. We are very much well-versed in running a program of this caliber. The other new programs that are coming in are the Electrical Techniques program. So it's an 8-month certificate. It is a fall intake that will be starting this fall. And basically, if I can just sort of explain a little bit around apprenticeship for those of you that may not be aware of how apprenticeship works, but traditionally to get into an apprenticeship program, you have to have a sponsor. You have to have an employer that you're working for, and you have to have logged in so many hours within that employer, whether it be electrical, carpentry, plumbing, whatever apprenticeship it is, to then apply to come in and do the level 1 and the level 2 apprenticeship trades training. This Electrical Techniques program is an 8-month certificate that you can enter with no sponsor. It qualifies for Better Jobs Ontario. It qualifies for OSAP. So students come right out of high school with 0 hours in the trade and get their hours through this program, through placement opportunities that we work with the local industry to secure. They also get their theory And so when they are finished, they actually have already achieved their level 1 apprenticeship. They can then go out to the community and say to an employer, hey, I'm looking to have a sponsor. I already have my level 1 done. I have my hours in. They have already proven that they are capable of doing this type of work. So there is less gamble for the employer who wants to then hire this individual as an apprentice. This program is also being offered in Ottawa. It's launching in both places in the fall. And we are very hopeful that this will provide more opportunities for individuals that aren't part of a union already, let's say, and able to access apprenticeship training. There are some other programs that are being developed right now, so we're also looking to grow in the nuclear industry. We already offer an applied nuclear science radiation technology diploma. We are looking at a RAD safety certificate, and we are also looking at a nuclear decommissioning grad certificate. So that kind of bookends our diploma. It also opens up more options for those wanting to get into the nuclear industry and work in those areas. Decommissioning grad cert in particular is really important because you don't need to have a background in nuclear science to do this. You could be an electrician, a carpenter, someone working within the trades that is involved in nuclear decommissioning, and you take this grad cert and now you have that added skill on top of your trade. So we have been approved for these programs at the college level, and we are working on development right now. Our plan is to launch these programs by fall of 27, just to give you a timeline. What is important for you to understand in our current climate is that all of these programs are constantly being evaluated for industry need, viability, and whether or not it is possible that we are actually meeting those community needs by graduating students. Are we graduating enough? Is there enough interest? So we are looking at all kinds of trends around program health and evaluating those programs on a constant basis. What I will say to you is that when we take programs away, we are constantly looking for new programming to add to the mix. And so we look to community members such as yourself to give us those needs, to give us those ideas. We are always open to those conversations. We are always open to new ideas, new approaches to our programming to meet those community needs. So I encourage all of you, if you have an idea, to please reach out. We're always open for those conversations. The Stay and Learn grant that is mentioned at the bottom with the asterisks, that is a program funding that is coming from the Ministry of Health, and it applies to our practical nursing program as well as our Bachelor of Science in Nursing program. Students can, once they're accepted into the program, can apply for this funding, and their tuition, their books, everything is covered. It works very similar to your OSAP loan in that it's a grant, and so if they stay in the area, it's a grant. When they graduate, they have to pay back so many years and remain in the area. If they choose to leave the area, they can, but then it turns into a loan. So it's an incentive to not only bring people into the college, but keep them in the area in those professions. I just wanted to quickly highlight some of the things that our programs have been doing in terms of their community engagement. And like Jody, my eyesight's a little worse, so I'm just going to turn a little bit here. The forestry technicians. So some of the things that have been happening in that program is tree planting. So we did a tree planting exercise in September in collaboration with the Canadian Nuclear Laboratories and the Pembroke Horticultural Society. So the college students, the forestry students, went down to the Pansy Patch Park, and we planted trees. And it was to replace trees that had been diseased or injured and had to be removed, and it was to sort of fortify that population of your butternut and ash trees. In our healthcare programs, over the past few months, We sort of ran a pilot during the fall where members of the County of Renfrew Paramedic Services completed their ultrasound training. It's called Point of Care Ultrasound, and they brought in paramedics from across the province into the campus to deliver this training. And the training was run by the paramedics in Renfrew County, and it was simply a collaboration of them being able to access our very high definition labs, our nursing labs, and we provided that lab space and the time. We also organized almost, I'm going to say it's not there, but I think it was close to 300 volunteers from the community. So it also brought community members in that were given, we provided them with an honorarium to come in and act as patients of all ages. So elderly, middle age, young. Wasn't just our college campus students that were lying there as patients. There was lots of community members, lots of conversation around, I've never been to this campus before, it's beautiful, I didn't realize this existed. So there was a lot of outreach for us, as well as training that the Renfrew County paramedics were able to deliver to their counterparts. We ran the pilot, it went very well, and we're also looking at 6 more sessions this current year. So looking to continue that partnership with our Renfrew County paramedics. Carpentry and renovation techniques and carpentry apprentice, lots of building going on. And so some of the projects that they worked on was a new baseball storage facility for the city of Pembroke at Riverside Park. They worked on other community projects such as a double washroom facility at Camp Lorraine. One side was a shower and the other side was a toilet and sink. So what that project in particular incorporated was our electrical students as well, because there were some electrical pieces that needed to be done on that project. So it wasn't just carpentry, but we were able to bring in our electrical students as well. Healthcare programs. One of the major partnerships that we have been fostering is a partnership with the residency program at the Pembroke Regional Hospital. So residents came in and utilized our simulation labs to augment their training that they need to do. Prior to this, they would have to go down to Ottawa and access labs there in order to do some of their training or practice and scenarios that they need to do to keep their skills up. And they reached out to us. We allowed for this collaboration to happen. In turn, we're getting some research opportunities with them because part of their training is they have to do research. Part of our responsibility, especially with the Bachelor of Science in Nursing program, is there needs to be research opportunities. So there's lots of collaboration happening there. They are coming on a regular basis. And these residents provided us with feedback that they've come from University of Toronto, University of Ottawa, and they said they have never had access to labs with this type of technology, and they were very impressed with our capabilities. So they are looking forward to continue that collaboration. From that, we now have the Chief of Staff in the Emergency Department wanting to bring our locums and physicians in from the Emergency Department to maintain their skills and run scenarios. So lots of partnerships happening there. On that note, I want to leave time for questions to see if I can answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. I would go back to school if there was an exchange program with the student from Fiji. Or Greece, I'm not picky. I'll open it up to questions, comments, concerns. The member from Amherst Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden, and thank you through you to Ms. Buchholz and Ms. Rintoul. Very pleased to have you here in our chamber and in our community. There was a slide on the domestic versus international component, 17% foreign, the balance were from Canada. There has been substantial changes with respect to student visas in the country. What impact has that been? How has that impacted that ratio?
Yeah, I'll let you comment.
Algonquin, the Pembroke campus, as well as the Ottawa and Perth campus, have really always handled the international student ratio in a very responsible manner. There's never been a huge number, an excessive number, some might say, of international students. And so we've been able to maintain fairly close to what our projections were for international students, even with the changes from IRCC, Immigration, Refugee, and Citizenship Canada. There's been a lot of turmoil as a result, but at the same time, we have been able to really sustain where we had always anticipated being, and we look to see in the fall of 26 that there is a little bit more stability now that the rules of engagement are now in place.
Thank you. Supplementary member from Edmundston Bromley.
Thank you very much. Not precisely supplementary, but I notice, and congratulations, that's quite an extensive offering of educational pathways. We have been experiencing in municipalities a real challenge of staffing. Perhaps it's something that could be captured within business, I don't know. But has there been any consideration ever given towards something along the lines of municipal administration? And I say this because a previous CAO actually had a public administration component to his degree, and he said in the entirety of his university training, municipality was not broached a single time. So I'm just wondering if that has ever been considered.
I can say that we don't, that I am aware of, offer. I'm not exactly sure. There's a large business department down in Ottawa that there may be components offered in some of their other programming that we don't offer. However, it's definitely something that I can take back and investigate and look into. Business programming is all across the country difficult because there's so many online options. And when employers are looking to hire, it's degrees, masters, generally that they are looking for when they are looking for someone with a business training. It doesn't mean that we can't provide grad certs to those university graduates to, further their skills in, let's say, project management or, like you said, in municipal training. So that's definitely the area we might look to grow if we were doing things, is to how can we augment that education that seems to be the standard when people are looking to hire, or given the options, that's who they tend to gravitate to, and how can we support that individual and municipalities with their employment.
Thank you. Member from Deep River, please.
Thank you, Warden. My colleague took two of my questions, but the other one was with respect to the Stay and Learn grant. You said there was a criteria of staying in the area. What's the area defined as?
So I have asked that question several times. They rely on the eastern regions. So if you go to the Greater Toronto area, it could be in question whether your Learn and Stay grant would revert to a loan. But they are definitely hardline within Ontario to grow the workforce. It's the government that sort of determines that, and it's after the fact, so it's kind of hard to gather that data. If a student chooses to leave, they generally don't call us back and say, this is how it transpired for me. But from what I understand, they are looking at within the region that you train.
See, you stole my question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Supplementary.
So, so supplementary to that, you had mentioned that they need to be enrolled in the program and then apply for the grant. It would seem to me that being able to apply for the grant and knowing that funding was available may give more students access to the program.
So maybe enrolled was not the proper term. It would be accepted. So it's the same as OSAP. You don't get to apply for OSAP funding until you've been given an acceptance into a program, and it's the same type of process. So they get, the difference being that with this, they can get the money and it's a grant. It's not a loan and they don't have to pay it back, which is a huge incentive for some people.
Okay, so it's not like a pre-approved mortgage where you know that you're getting this loan so you can, or grant, so then, okay, interesting. Yeah, of course.
Thank you, and through your warden to the council member. So you'll recall, hopefully, and it's in your package, that the Learn and Stay grant for paramedicine is something we continue to advocate for, and I know we have a meeting next week about, and I'm sure Mike is in touch with the college as many to expand that paramedicine Learn and Stay to eastern part of Ontario. So it's definitely a great program for those that are enrolled.
Yeah, and I would have thought it would be Eastern region at the maximum. Yeah. Member from Arm Prior, please.
Thank you, Warden. Thank you, ladies, for the presentation. On the slide for pathways, under the different programs, there were letters after it. Is that different campuses or?
Those are, so the S is spring intake, F is fall intake. So what we wanted to show there was that we are no longer the traditional fall intake. In some of our programs, and I will just mention practical nursing, personal support worker, we are doing 3 intakes. We're constant enrollment. So we take in students in September, in January, and in May. So it's a constant offering of the program all year round. It's not a stop and start September to April.
Anything for, member from Whitewater. I was keeping my eye on it, but thank you, Evelyn.
Thanks, Warden. The question was just on the percentage of local participants. Is it possible, or do you know the breakdown between, recent graduates of high school versus folks that are coming back for a second career or something like that? Is there some kind of demographic breakdown on that intake?
You were a little garbled there, but I think what you were asking was the percentage that are coming right out of high school, going into college, as opposed to those that have started a career, might be doing a second career, might be getting out of politics and decide to go back to school. I don't know, could happen. That was your question, sir? Okay, yes.
Yes, for our local population, it is roughly a 50-50 split each year of direct from high school, so not taking any time off versus those who we affectionately refer to as mature students, who are coming after maybe a little life experience or a little bit of a break from education at some point. So it is of that 27%, roughly 50% are directly from high school, and roughly 50% are considered mature students from this area.
Those are very interesting stats. The member from Killaloe, Haggerty and Richards, please.
Good morning, and thank you. One thing I noticed on your slides, there was no option for co-op program. Is there?
Yeah, there is options for co-op, and it's within specific programs. So for instance, our computer science technician program has a co-op option. Our environmental technician program had a co-op option. I believe we have removed that in order to offer a more condensed offering and allow them to get back out into the workforce fairly quickly. I say get back because a lot of our, it's a diploma, but a lot of our people that come in for that program tend to have university degrees, and they're looking for the practical experience. So they will come and do our environmental technician program. We're trying to build that program. It's relatively young compared to some of our other programming, and a lot of people don't understand what it is and why we offer it. But it can be a starting stone for someone wanting to get into environmental surveying, or it could be an adjunct to, say, an engineering degree, or where they're working in an environment, or environmental science degree as well, because it gives them that more practical experience. Some of the other co-ops we have is business. So our business program does have a co-op option, and applied nuclear science has a co-op option, which is largely, of course, at CNL. And Bruce Power. And OPG.
Further?
Sorry.
Thank you. The more and more kids that I talk with nowadays, the more and more they're interested in the co-op program. because it gives them flexibility and it determines if they like this or not. I think that's a big thing, not just making money, but to see if they like that profession and to follow that path. I'm not sure if there's enough, in a small community, we don't hear that much about in Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. The advertisement of the co-op, I think, would be helpful to smaller communities. That's just a point.
Most definitely, we can certainly look at that. I will say that whether it's co-op or placement, field placement, we also call it, most of our programs have that component in it where they're out there working in an industry. With some programs, we can't do co-op because due to the regulatory bodies, we cannot offer compensation to students during their placement time, whereas other programs, we can do co-op. The other alternative to that is just organizing some field placement within the program itself. So if you take forestry, for instance, there's a lot of field work. There's a lot of agreements with landowners to go into their land, and the practical skills are done in an actual industry environment, even though they're not within a company that may do forestry, for instance.
All right. A member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, and through you, Warden. Just a quick question on international students. If we had somebody that comes from another country who had done nursing or PSW or electrician, and they apply here, do any of their previous skills go towards their credits, or is it just start from the beginning again? Just thinking of being able to fast track people.
Yeah, so there is a multitude of facets with that. First of all, if you were talking nursing, it's not apples to apples, it is apples to oranges. So if we were talking nursing, for instance, there's a regulatory body that dictates what education we can acknowledge and say is actually, so we have some countries where they come and they were a physician in their own country and they're doing nursing here because their physician skills or the institution that they learned in within the particular country is not recognized by Canada. I can say that I've been involved in conversations where government is looking at that streamlining that process and asking regulatory bodies to actually, I wouldn't say be more liberal, but look at it more broadly and allow for those direct entry of professionals into the country not having to do their education or maybe only having to do a portion of the education to bring them up to speed. In terms of other programs where regulatory bodies are not heavily involved, yes, there are exemptions, an exemption process within the college system, so they can provide those credentials that they have done, and those credentials are weighed against in our courses internally, and we do provide some advanced standing, some exemptions to lighten their load. There's a fine balance there, though. To be an international student in Canada, you have to be full-time. So we can't credit too much to the point where they become part-time and then lose their student visa. So they have to be considered full-time in their programming. They can't take more than a 150-day break between their semesters. The only time they can become a part-time student and maintain their visa is in the last semester of the program. So that's really important to understand that balance. And those are not our rules. Those are the IRC rules, and we have to abide by those. So we try to make the experience manageable. There's a lot of pressures, as you can imagine, for international students coming in and studying in another country. I mean, if any of us imagined what it would take for us to pick up and move across the world in a foreign country and pay for the education at the fees that we need to pay, it's very similar. So again, the other thing is that for those postgraduate work permits, there's also the time spent in the program and how fast they move through can sometimes affect that. The other issue that, as you know, we're having right now is what programs are those postgraduate work permits being granted to? So international students can come here and study any program they want, but they're going to gravitate to the programs that provide them with a work permit afterwards because they're not looking to go back home after they're done. So.
Roughly 70% of our programs, our full-time programs, are eligible. It's on what's called the SIP list, which means that they are eligible for postgraduate work permits. So the Pembroke campus is very well positioned to continue to attract a reasonable number of international students.
Gotta love bureaucracy. So the big clock on the wall is telling me I've got 4 minutes. So Warden, member from Renfrew, please.
How about X? Thank you.
I swear I thought of it.
Well, I'm going to change the sign out front just to make it even harder. Good morning, and thank you for your presentation. And first of all, thank you, Jody, for all your work in newcomers and immigrants over the years. That's how my interaction with you started a long time ago. What info do you need from our community to develop or maintain programming, and do you do a look forward that says, okay, in 5 years we need to focus on this kind of talent or skills development?
The political climate, I will say, does dictate us in terms of our response. So where the money is coming from the government, we do look in those areas to look for opportunity to expand. For instance, the Canadian Armed Forces, we're looking at partnerships with them and programming that they need to respond to their needs. I will say the same thing to you that I said to Commander Trenholm, is he asked, what do you need from us? And the question is, what do you need from us? That's going to give us the answers we need. What is it? We are a community college. We're here to support the community. So it's not necessarily what we need from you. It's what do you need from us, and how can we respond to that need? So again, what we need is that feedback. We need to understand where the pressures are. We need to understand what the issues are. We need to understand any ideas that you may have. And we need to then go back to the powers that be within the college or the drawing board or the planning, and we need to see how we can meet that need, because that's our job, to respond to those needs. We also have to run a business, which is, we're not as heavily funded through the government as, let's say, we were when the whole concept of community colleges was brought to light, and the government is looking to us to run more like a business. We are a business, however, that's running on 2015 revenue with 2026 expenses. So it's difficult, but we can be looking to those areas where there is extra funding available. We can be looking to industry need and showcasing that and lobbying with the government. So again, lobbying your needs to the government so that they can respond when we say this is what the communities are telling us, this is what they need, and looking for those supports. That help?
Supplementary.
Yes, thank you. And I guess to my friend from Aveston Bromley's point about the shortage across the municipal sector, if we can generate data that talks beyond Renfrew County and then develop a series of courses that supports the municipal sector, is that an option? Because nobody's offering anything beyond London with a master's in applied public policy or whatever it's called. We don't need many of those at this point, but we do need admin assistants. We do need technicians to work in our IT department, all the way across the board. So, and everybody's like us.
Mm-hmm. I know. I mean, I hate to talk about COVID but it happened. It is. But some of the aftermath with that is during COVID, and then the mass exodus of our mature workforce, I think that occurred across all sectors, has contributed to the workforce shortage that I'm not saying it's the sole reason, but it definitely has not helped that trend that was happening with our aging population. So I think in response to that, and I can say that, most businesses respectfully have to hire people without training. to get the work done. And so there could be people within your organization that you're willing to take a chance on, that you're willing to say, I'd like to hire you, but I think you need more education. Maybe we can be responding to just-in-time education for organizations to say, okay, you have an employee and you need them to have this credentialing. So for instance, municipality training, maybe it's a matter of offering it multimodal or in a condensed format so that it can be done in smaller chunks and then they go back, do the work. Similar to how apprenticeship works right now, where the employer takes a chance on an individual with zero credentials, but with the intention that they need to continue to further their education and can be supported in that. So looking at opportunities like that. Virtual training, we have an AC Online as well, so there's lots of, the business program is offered through AC Online, so encouraging your employees or new hires to say, you could further your education, you could actually get more PD through this avenue. Even if it's not a full diploma, it may be select courses, and you can do that through AC Online as well. I know I'm here to promote the Pembroke campus, but Algonquin College is Algonquin College, and we have to work to support each other. I'm perfectly fine supporting a student that if their personal situation is to go to Ottawa, that's where they need to go. So.
Very quickly, the member from Renfrew, we are out of time now.
Thank you. Just congratulations on the 11% First Nations or Indigenous. To me, that seems higher than in the past. And is there the opportunity to grow that locally, but then also regionally, and maybe even across Canada?
That's a great question. We average usually around 10%, so we're slightly above. But yes, that is a population that we are keen to continue to foster and nurture relationships with. We are also interestingly seeing an increase of Inuit students because of a relationship that we've developed with a group in Nunavut. So there's lots of opportunity there, and we are there to meet that support measure.
That's excellent. I just have 2 words for you: automotive mechanics. I'm selfish like that. Thank you so much. This has been an excellent presentation, and I think you can see the engagement from County Council that we love this campus. Algonquin College as a whole, but such an asset to have right here in the county. Thank you. Correspondence, CAO.
As per the norm, all the correspondence received has been forwarded to the appropriate committee for it to be disposed with.
I'm just excited I remembered to ask. And at this time, I will turn it over to the member from Greater Madawaska as the Vice Chair for Development and Property, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to the county and corporation and to the council and corporation of the County of Renfrew. Members of the County Council, we, the Committee of the Whole Department, Development and Property, wish to report and recommend the following information: housing unit conversion, 224 Vimy Boulevard in Renfrew. The building at 224 Vimy Boulevard was originally an office garage for the Opiongo Housing and has been used primarily for storage since Renfrew County Housing Corporation assumed the responsibility in 2019. Given the ongoing housing pressure, staff reviewed the structure and confirmed it could be feasibly converted into a 2-bedroom resident unit that aligns with the surrounding family-oriented development. The project involves converting the garage into living space and upgrading the building to meet residential standards, including kitchen installation, bathrooms, etc. Procurement summary, section 14, Renfrew, request for quotations by the corporation, GA-001, procurement of goods and services, was followed and 2 bids were received. TS General Contracting Pembroke for $61,985.95 and Dennis Dingmers Masonry Inc., Pembroke for $67,285.00. Funding and implication: the project will be funded but through the 2026 capital budget using the portion of the funds set aside to secure camera installations for the amount of $250,000. This adjustment will not impact any active or planned capital projects, and the cost of the conversion can be accommodated within the existing. The resolution is DP-C 25-11-124, that the Development and Property Committee approves and awards the TS General Contracting, Pembroke, Ontario, for the conversion of building at 224 Vimy Boulevard, Renfrew, Ontario, into a two-bedroom housing unit for the amount of $61,985.95, plus applicable taxes, and that the project be funded through the 2026 capital budget. Do you want me to go on to the resolution, or?
Yes, please.
Okay. Resolution 2, support for future use and development of the Canadian nuclear energy. Resolution DP-CC-25-11-123, moved by chair, second by committee, that the county council support the attached resolution from the town of Deep River endorsing the Canadians for Can-Do movement and advocating for the future use of and deployment of Canadian nuclear energy, including Canadian design Can-Do reactors, associated medical isotopes, and small modular reactors, SMRs. Background, the attached resolution was received from the town Deep River to support Canadians for Can-Do movement for the future use of deployment of Canadian nuclear energy, particular design Can-Do reactors, associated medical isotopes, and small reactors, all of which is submitted by myself as vice chair and committee members.
Thank you. So we'll go back to information item number 1 and the resolution. The report as a whole. Can I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor? And now I will turn this over to the Chair of Operations, member from Deep River, please.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole Operations, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1, the Transportation Master Plan, and the resolution that some time will be taken for more input, I believe. That's what it was. Item number 2, the traffic study for County Road 8, Cobden Road and John Street in Cobden, and the results of the traffic study, and that county staff, it's recommended that county staff work with staff from the Township of Whitewater Region to find some solutions. And item number 3, proposed speed reduction in County Road 9, Bulger Road. The resolution in the background that was there. Item number 4, the purchase of road widening, County Road 63, Flat Rapids Road. The resolution and just the background that goes along with that, and the appraised price, all of which is respectively submitted by myself as chair and committee members.
Thank you. Comments, questions, concerns, information item number 1. Number 2, the traffic study. Member from Aviston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. Through you to the chair or to the director, I am aware that quite recently, actually, this county road has been rehabilitated. I'm wondering if this is something on design the next time that the rehabilitation, particularly through the town or village of Cobden, if in fact there are what ostensibly would be perceived by the traveling public as parking spaces would ultimately be removed and perhaps grass or something like that planted in its stead.
It might. I think the intention is to work with the local staff to do just that, to free up the sightlines. I think the rest of the sightlines are probably buildings, but unless, well, Mr. Hanrath isn't here, but I don't know if Mr. Perkins has anything else to add to that.
Yes, thank you, through you, Warden. So what occurred here is in 2007, when the road was rehabilitated, the town of Whitewater asked for, I'm going to call them bump outs, what we refer to as bump outs. There were bump outs there, but they were travelable. Now they're not, so people are actually parking where they shouldn't. So we're going to work with them to put in the no parking zones, but it will come at the behest of Whitewater, because where the recommended parking zones are high priority parking for a number of businesses and the post office. So we're going to work with them to see if we can come up with something. But the problem was instigated in 2007 when they built the proper bump outs.
So almost 2 decades. Bam, we're solving it. Supplementary members from Edmiston Bromley.
Thank you once again, Madam Warden, and through you to Mr. Perkins. So I understand certainly in the short term, signage and enforcement are really the only practical options or alternatives available to us. But if in fact it is appropriate to extend the sight lines, I'm assuming some physical barriers would be indicated on the next rehabilitation.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Yeah, that's correct. Unfortunately, we're constricted by design of the road. So unfortunately, this is the solution. There's no design solution because it's already reduced to 50 kilometers an hour, and it's essentially a town street, but it is a county road.
We do. Anything further on to? All right, moving on to bylaws, the speed reduction on Bulger Road. And the road widening, Flat Rapids. The report as a whole. May I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Excellent. All in favor? Wonderful. All right. We have no consent items this morning. Any staff reports that have come up? No. We have no closed session. Reports from representatives to external boards. Roma is now doing a really good job, and so is EORN under the EOWC of sending information. If there's anything that pertains to us specifically, I will make sure that you're aware. We did in December have 2 new Rogers sites go into service, one in Whitewater and one in Broodnell, Lindock, and Raglan are 2 lovely members on the screen, so yay. But that's sort of all the up-to-date that I've got. Wonderful. We have no notices of motions. Any members' written motions? No. Announcements. Member from Arnprior, please.
May I approach, Warden, please?
You absolutely can, sir.
You may not be aware, but the town of Renfrew and the town of Arnprior have a challenge in the way of hockey. We have the Renfrew Wolves of Junior A, and we have the Arnprior Packers Junior A. We have a home and home series. There was a wager made that the loser would wear the jersey of the winning team at a town council meeting and give us applause. Today we have the member from Renfrew to come forward and accept the trophy. We were 2-0, by the way. Thank you, Peter. From Mayor McGee.
Thank you very much. I have to say that Mayor Sidney, who doesn't know much about hockey and didn't do much scouting, made the wager and then took off sick for 3 months. And so I was able to help him out with this. So I will wear this at our next meeting, and thank you very much to the generous nature of Mayor McGee and her council.
Thank you.
I think he should have to wear it to a Roma meeting, a delegation at Roma. Any other announcements? Okay, so I just want to say that at our last Roma meeting in December, our chief paramedic, who has decided to leave the room, did such an amazing job of presenting the MESA program to the Roma board that Roma is giving our paramedic service, MESA, with all the departments, I guess, because everybody's involved, free booth and all of his expenses paid, so that MESA can be known around the province as the incredible initiative we know it is. So very exciting. Thank you, Mike, for doing that for us. I was at our previous, at AMO, Minister Flack and I were talking about it, and every single Roma board member in the hallway was like, Jennifer, can you tell me what this, I thought, I am going to mess this up so beautifully that we invited the chief to speak, and thank goodness we did, because you did an amazing job. So very exciting. Go see our incredible staff at the Mesa booth at Roma, and it's going to be a great conference, everybody. 2 bear pits. The Roma board has worked really hard to make this a really, really, really fantastic conference. I know that there's been some concern about delegation times being changed. I'm not sure how much authority we have over that. I think that's minister and PA's staff. But in any case, we're going to get through it, and it's going to be an amazing few days. So stay tuned. Watch your emails for different things that we'll be doing as a county.
What are they giving away free? I don't go to booths unless I get something for free.
I don't. You can. What are you giving away?
Andrea would be happy to put you on the waiting list for housing if that's a need in the community. But just if I could take a moment.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think we're going to have a couple of the frontline Mesa staff there who will speak much better than I in terms of the value of the program, how meaningful it is to the individuals that are there, and in terms of the opportunity. There are other programs in Ontario that have Mesa-like programs that have borrowed from many of the experiences that we've had. And as you know, Craig has been all over the province talking about the Mesa program. So other municipalities have piggybacked on. They call it their own thing, which is fine. But knowing that, we may also be helping them achieve funding. And sometimes it's easier to ask for the people we're serving than it is for the municipality. And I think that chorus you may see coming out of the new housing report that's being put forward as well. It's a huge opportunity. I'll make sure there's some lifesavers or something there for all of you when you show up. But the smiles and I think the warmth and the compassion that you're going to feel from the staff should be more than enough. So thank you.
I think we should, the selfish part of me thinks we should be trademarking these things and then royalties, right? Thank you. Thank you, Glenn. Thanks for having my back on this. Calling it something else. Boo. All right. Anything further? Awesome. Okay. I have a recommendation that the bylaws listed be deemed read 3 times and passed. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Deep River, seconded by the member from Petawawa. All in favor? And I have a recommendation that bylaw 6-26, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on January 14th, 2026, be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Member from McNabb Brayside, seconded by the member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards. All in favor? And finally, I have a recommendation that County Council adjourns at 10:38 a.m. Mover and seconder, please. Member from Iron Prior and member from Laurentian Hills. All in favor? Awesome. Thanks for making my first one back a good one, guys. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. That was a slightly pregnant 10-minute pause. I do apologize for the delay. It is Wednesday, January 14th. This is the first meeting of 2026 for the Committee of the Whole for Health. I am calling the meeting to order at 10:53 a.m. I would first begin, Ms. Van Starkenburg. Has the roll been called, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you so much. With that, I would invite at this juncture disclosures of pecuniary interest, and if there are any, the general nature thereof, please. I see none. I'd now seek, am I seeking, Ms. Van Starkenburg, a single motion? No, I think each has its own motion. Thank you. So I would seek a motion on approval of the minutes of the Health Committee of the Whole meeting of November 12th, 2025, please. Moved by Councillor Lafreniere. Good morning, Councillor Lafreniere. Seconded by Councillor Grills. Any errors or omissions, committee? I see none. All in favor? They are carried. Moving on then to the closed minutes of the meeting held November 12th, and reminding once again, if there are any error or omission or discussion, we will have to resolve into a closed session. But I would seek a motion, please. Councillor Mayville, seconded by Warden Murphy. Any errors or omissions? Once again, I note none. All in favor? Those minutes are carried as well. And finally, these we are simply receiving. So I would seek a motion to receive the Board of Health minutes for September 23rd, 2025, please. Councillor Service, seconded by Councillor Hoddinott. Any questions or comments? I do note that we have, I think, 4 members of the Board of Health are present in the chamber if there are any questions or comments. Oddly enough, the Vice Chair of the Board of Health seems to have a question.
Not a question, a comment if I could, please, Chair.
Absolutely.
And hopefully the sound is a little bit better. There is an attachment to the minutes, which is a report on food security from a neighboring health unit. And if the members of council have had an opportunity to look through those minutes, I would suggest taking a look at that report. It is very valuable and includes a number of recommendations for municipalities, and something that we could come back to at a later point if you think it worthwhile. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for underscoring that, Councillor Nicholson. Any further question or comment? I see none. All in favor? Those minutes are received. Thank you so much. So with that, we are, and each committee, there will be 2 more after this one and 2 at the end of the month as well, operations and D&P. But each department of the County of Renfrew will be making a presentation. In each case, they are the 2026 departmental plan. So leading us off, and I'm sure this is going to be a vivacious and engaging, I think there were even dancing bears, perhaps, Mr. Quaid gave me to understand. If I could invite him, please, to the podium, provide us the Long-Term Care 2026 department plan.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone. So, our departmental plan for our County of Renfrew long-term care homes is, sorry, I might have had to bring up my computer. It's a little difficult for me to see there. So essentially we are, sorry, thanks, Lee. All right, my apologies for this. So the departmental purpose for our long-term care homes is to serve the Renfrew County catchment area for our adults and seniors living in the area. We're providing regulatory, municipally funded and regulated long-term care for our residents. The key, sorry, I'm now flipping between. In 2025, we had a lot of learnings and key takeaways from the year. So some of the achievements that I want to emphasize is the hard work that went into the recruitment, i.e. our international recruitments who have come over the past 2 years. 17 of them have arrived and have actually transitioned to registered nurses within our organization and achieved permanent residency. Sorry, is that me? No. Okay. That was my electrifying moment for the presentation. So, with this addition of these staff, we were able to stabilize a frequently unstable workforce in long-term care for the past couple of years, and it's led to increased direct hours of care towards our residents, which is mandated by the government to 4 hours of care per resident per day, and both homes are nearing the 4 hours of care. We've had environmental enhancements in both homes, and we've also supported professional development through internal and external organizations, which was one of the takeaways that we received from our staff surveys. So some of the learnings, again, we are aligning our culture and core values into our engagement and retention. We're prioritizing the workforce and making them skilled, transferable, and giving them opportunities. And then some of the risks across Ontario, there are talent shortages, mainly registered staff, but we're not alone, whether it's acute care or long-term care. Attendance concerns have been a past. We are seeing some improvements, and I think that is directly correlated to a better work-life balance with our increased staffing. And another risk is, of course, always the excessive legislation. Long-term care, as we all know, is one of the most heavily legislated bodies in Ontario. And then if we could get some predictable funding from the government, that would also be very beneficial, because it's hard for us to do our long-term planning when funding changes. Our priorities for this year would be, of course, keeping in compliance with those mandatory requirements for the Fixing Long-Term Care Act. We're also seeing more residents come into the home who are looking for improved Wi-Fi in some of our aging buildings. So we're looking to increase the Wi-Fi throughout the buildings, and we're also looking to improve our electronic record keeping, i.e. our EMAR, which is our patient records, and we're looking to become best practice spotlight organizations through the RNAO. And it's going to really improve care, and it kind of standardizes everything from admission to care plans for disease progression. And then finally, become an employer of choice for the county through our recruitment and retention. Some of our major capital operational projects or pressures, the big ones to take away here, I think, are the increasing labor costs. We're seeing, even with our more direct hours of care, more laundry needs to be done. Of course, those residents are getting changed more frequently and putting on their best studs on a regular basis. Also, the cost just associated with the supplies. We've seen anywhere from a 25 to 30% increase in cleaning supplies. So that's a huge cost and pressure for us. And then, of course, both of them are aging buildings with infrastructure inside the building and outside. A nurse call system will be a big pressure for the manor in the upcoming years. At Miramichi Lodge, Similarly, it is starting to degrade, and we will have to replace certain components of the building, i.e. the ceiling lifts. With that comes associated leasing and maintenance costs, the cleaning supplies, again, we emphasize, and the labor costs for purchase services. And sorry, I should have mentioned that we are still utilizing some staffing agency for registered, so that is another cost for Bonnechere Manor. We are not utilizing any agencies at Miramichi Lodge. Budget resource requirements. So some of our operating pressures that we are going to see this year is we are going into collective bargaining with QP and ONA, so we're going to see some costs associated with that to maintain our staffing complement, because of course we have to maintain with other organizations. We have health human resources. It's an ongoing issue just to try to recruit and maintain our workforce. The increasing complexity of these residents. So a lot of these residents, as we know, are coming to us. They're a lot more frail or have a lot more cognitive issues, and they're requiring more staffing. So it's requiring more upstaffing on our buildings and the aging infrastructure. The staffing, we're going to continue to recruit. So that is another pressure and budget that we need to account for. We've done a great job of stabilizing the workforce, but it came with upping our staffing as well. So that budget, we are looking for support to continue with that. And our international recruits, we're looking to assist them with permanent residency, and we're meeting with a lot of them as we speak. Cost savings, we're hoping to see a lot more decreased overtime this year with the decrease in our vacancies in our organization. Because we're not using agency staff, again, we should see a decrease there. And then we're looking to do some centralized scheduling in collaboration with our administrative department here at the County of Renfrew. How are we going to measure these? Oh, sorry, jumped one ahead. Our service level. So our service level overview, we provide stable long-term care housing for our seniors. We provide an adult day program. And again, I emphasize the fact that we've been able to re-implement our short stay rehab, or respite, sorry, at Bonnechere Manor through a stabilized workforce. We're going to increase our recruitment and onboarding demands with our labor relations and demands for employee wellness. And at risk, of course, compliancy and policy updates under the new legislation and frequent inspections. These are the service level overview. Our performance measures for the homes, how we're going to look at this and how we're doing. We look at Health Quality Ontario, which provides stats on a quarterly basis, outlining priorities for long-term care across the sector, and we measure up against our comparators and our region. We also develop a quality improvement plan, which we bring to committee on an annual basis, and our outcomes. So the impacts of what we do our resident satisfaction surveys, and we also do one for our employees to see how we're measuring up with our goals. And then, of course, we're looking to decrease internal staff vacancies, which we are looking at variance reports on a biweekly basis in the homes to ensure that we are making progress. Efficiencies, we're looking to cut our overtime costs, see our direct hours of care go up, and hopefully our absenteeism rate will decrease. Collaboration is another issue that we will focus on this year. We're going to look to continue to collaborate across the County of Renfrew along with external partners, i.e. the ministries, Ontario Health, and some of our local immigration programs to help some of our new recruits along with Algonquin College and the OPP. We're trying to make Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge a safe and caring place to live and work. And this is part of our workforce planning with recruitment, retention, and we also have numerous wellness initiatives throughout both homes. And lastly, the risks and opportunities. Sorry, I skipped over one again. Our organizational culture commitment, so our commitment to our why statement through the county. We're looking to cultivate a compassionate and collaborative work environment for our employees, and this will, manifest itself to our residents, and that's why we show up every day. We're also committed to fostering a healthy and supportive work environment where we provide compassionate care to our residents. And then I spoke earlier about the learning and development. We are looking to make our home, a number one choice within the Valley because of the opportunities that we're providing, whether it be a PSW, a housekeeper, or registered staff to take part in training, to become a champion, and to share knowledge with your coworkers. And then we're committed to open dialogue and understanding the messaging that connects our purpose with our values. And finally, now I will go to our risks and opportunities. So the big red flags, I spoke to it earlier, again, the constantly evolving, changing legislation in long-term care, along with the funding, the increased number of inspections that we're seeing, and the disproportionate rulings that we're seeing to any findings. Technology needs. We are seeing, again, residents come in, they're wanting Wi-Fi and having 3 devices, their smart TV, iPad, and cell phone. So that on top of our infrastructure needs for Wi-Fi for medication passes is another pressure that we're feeling. The workforce challenges across Ontario and across the healthcare sector. We're all vying for those same candidates, so who can outdo the other to recruit those people? And then our attendance management. We're working with HR to try to improve our attendance management. Our strategic opportunities are to become the employer of choice. We're doing that through best practice leadership and becoming a best practice spotlight organization, and to become an innovative home environment through our increased IT infrastructure. And then we are also exploring campus of care opportunities with affordable housing for seniors on both long-term care sites. And that is it for me.
Thank you very much. Just a question, I think, perhaps for Ms. Van Starkenburg. There was no recommendation attached. Will these be received as information, or are we just hearing them as delegations? Just as delegations, the nods? Okay. So provide a very short time frame. Any questions or comments for Mr. Quaid? I'm going to begin with Councillor Service and then Councillor Watt.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Thanks, Dean, for the update. And congratulations on the international recruitment program. That's very innovative. I just wondered, now that they're here, what is it in terms of retention with that international group? How's it going?
Yeah, so we've only lost 2. One, their spouse who received an open work permit when they came here. They actually moved with them, and the other individual received, unfortunately, another province sponsored them for permanent residency because they had their nursing license. So a lot of these individuals, like I say, who have achieved now a registration in Ontario are tied to our labor market impact assessment, which we did to bring them over here, so they can only work as a PSW, they can only work for Bonnechere Manor. However, another province might see this individual and say, that's a registered nurse, we will pay for them to come here, we will pay for all their legal fees and everything, and that's exactly what happened. But we have seen 2 individuals who have achieved permanent residency and have achieved registration and are now working for the manor. And I have had several others approach me who are looking to do the same, so we've sponsored numerous of our international recruits along with some other individuals who had applied through Algonquin through the Ontario Nomination Immigration Program, and there are quite a few of them are in the 2nd stage hoping to achieve permanent residency. So if we can get them permanent residency, I think a lot of them are going to stay. They're really enjoying their time in Renfrew. They've created a lot of little pockets of groups, ethnic groups, and then they also have found people around in other municipalities throughout the county. So retention has been high so far, and I hope it continues to be that way.
Thank you. Councillor Watt, please.
Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned staff retention and absenteeism as being two of the issues. Is that common across the province with long-term care homes?
I'm not sure about, I think it's a common theme across the province, just finding that workforce who shows up every day. But one of the pressures that we had noticed was the work-life balance, because we were so short-staffed that staff were burning out and being exhausted and couldn't stand coming in and being short again. They'd end up calling in sick, and it was just cyclical. Now that we have stabilized our PSW group, where to the point there are 0 vacancies at Bonnechere Manor currently. We have staff who are there on a regular basis. We're seeing improvements in the attendance, but that is a recruitment initiative as well, where you're having better ratios between resident and staff, and better work-life balance. Therefore, job satisfaction leads to recruitment retention.
Thank you.
Just to underscore as well, that's momentous on the PSWs, because I think that that's the first I've heard that in the entirety of the time that I've been sitting in this room. It probably also speaks as well towards that collaborative effort with Algonquin College that we heard from this morning. I'm going to go first to Councillor Purcell and then to Councillor Weir.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dean, for your report. I'm glad to hear that we're working that gap in terms of the 4 hours of care. And that we're only utilizing, nursing resources in terms of contracted nursing resources at Bonnechere Manor and not at Miramichi Lodge. So that's some great news. My question is similar to Mr. Watt's in regards to the KPIs. So obviously absenteeism rate and the overtime costs are issues in terms of the organizational culture. And I guess my question is more specific, and I know you touched on it in terms of your last answer, but what specific supports are available to support staff in terms of compassion burnout, excessive overtime, leading to this issue? Yes, we can say recruitment, because, if you don't have enough staff to actually, to finish the task or complete the task, it's going to be a pressure. And I know that these people that work in this industry are very compassionate people, and they want the best for their for the individuals that they're looking after. But what specifically can we do in terms of supporting your staff wellness? Thank you.
Well, I think we're doing a great job of supporting our staff right now, i.e. with the Green Shield, our employee wellness program. That's one component. There's also wellness committees in both organizations and a staff association where staff are having the time to actually enjoy things outside of work and see people outside of work as opposed to just working all the time. We're also very fortunate to have, a potluck with staff and to say thank you, a kudos board. We host management meetings on a daily basis to identify staff and the great work that we're doing, because sometimes it is just a simple thank you to those individuals. So we've really taken those little baby steps to try to make a big difference and just change the culture and be supportive to the staff. And again, I think the education, offering those opportunities for a PSW to do something other than just provide care to a resident. So maybe it gives them a bit of reprieve where they go and gain some knowledge and then are sharing it with those co-workers. I think that's also an initiative to recruit and retain our staff. So those are a couple of the wellness points that we have really tried to hit home over the past 2 or 3 years to improve our staffing.
Thank you. And I will afford the final question to Councillor Weir, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'm wondering, does our PSWs, our nursing staff, are they restricted to only work for Monashir or Miramichi Lodge, or are they available to go out in the other parts of the workforce for PSWs, home visits and such? Because I'm just wondering how that would attribute to absenteeism, burnout. And I know during COVID there were restrictions that you had to choose between one or the other. So I'm just wondering how you think that might affect our burnout or our absenteeism.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. We also do have a county policy about if you're a full-time employee, and we need to seek approval from the CAO and myself to get approval to work for another employer. But we have part-time employees who do moonlight and pick up other jobs, but the majority of them are working at Bonashir Manor by choice and have more than enough hours to keep them afloat. So I don't have exact numbers on it, but yeah.
Thank you very much. It does certainly frame 2026 challenge and opportunity. Thank you so much, Mr. Quaid. With that, then, I would invite Chief Nolan, if you wish to take us through the paramedic service departmental plan, please.
Better door than a window. There we go.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's a privilege to be here to talk to you about the paramedic service plan. Dean and I were just having a little wager in terms of who would take longer in their presentation, so I'm going to get going without any technical delay. And when we look at the County of Renfrew departmental purpose, and of course you have these documents before you, how do we create value? And that can be a little bit ethereal in our world, but saving lives and reducing harm, preventing illness, supporting vulnerable populations, providing access to primary care, which we can talk more about how that directly improves the value of the economic health and also retaining people where they belong in our rural communities, and then increasing municipal and county disaster readiness. And I intentionally say municipal and county readiness because we often play a role beyond the assets of the County of Renfrew in supporting individual municipalities, and of course this year providing a county-wide exercise for the municipalities that chose to volunteer. So we'll talk a little bit about that as well. When we think about the learnings and risks, and of course risks are always mitigated to a certain degree, but at the same time they can shift. And I think the current economic climate and the current political climate that we have, both domestically and internationally, can certainly pose a risk. But trying to bring it right down into our own backyards, what are our top outcomes associated with those key learnings? Certainly the MESA integration and its outcome. And I think that's key in terms of not only the impact to the individuals, but also the impact collectively to our communities and being able to care for some of our most vulnerable. Looking at those outcomes, 62% fewer opioid-related emergency department visits this year compared to last, and 60% fewer suspect drug toxicity deaths. Those are phenomenal numbers. There's been a trend to the better across the province. Our trend is significantly more impactful, and very proud of the work that everyone has done, and a big thank you to Council for their support in continuing the role of the MESA program, and of course more recently related to the Heart Hub program. We're certainly on the right track. When we look at drug surveillance, we have been successful with the federal government in now being able to do our own drug testing curbside, and I think that's critically important. But when we look at the overall emergency department visits as an indicator and deaths as a visit, obviously those are terminal indicators, but certainly showing work to the positive. And of course, that's not just the community paramedics, the mental health workers, that's also Andrea and her team, Jason and his team, and everyone that provides the wraparound supports and the pathway. And when we go to Roma and look at the most recent homelessness reports that are coming out, it's not explicit in the report, but poverty, mental health, and addictions tend to be the levers that assist in homelessness. So obviously we need a place, but how to get people into those places and have them thrive comes back to many of the interventions that the MESA teams and the Heart Hub will be satisfying. As well, from community paramedicine, it's a relatively quiet part of what we do, but with over 21,000 interventions last year, we're proud of the work that they're doing, and also with a dual role in supporting any episodic needs of our community as well. So we can see with those diversions, over 3,000 calls to our 1-800 number, and ED diversions as well, in addition, 4,000. So we're looking at over 24,000 ED admissions avoided a year between the VTAC program, and then these numbers are in addition to what the VTAC program is able to achieve. That's significant when we look at what it means overall, because when we look at the 911 side of the house, the treat and refer pathways are a critical component of actually giving you the care you need in the home so you don't have to go to the hospital, so that you can choose something else. And then linking that obviously with VTAC and the other parts of our program. And then for the more, don't want to say more significant, but those episodic needs for Sierra, for example, those numbers have increased by 152% over the previous year. So we have people who are sick and injured in places that are difficult to get to, that the traditional system is not designed to manage. So the risk managed approach is Sierra team, and a big thank you to Fred, who's sitting at the back of the room, for his mentorship and stewardship of that team, and works very closely with the Sierra team on a regular basis. And I think that that's critically important, as is the Shaw Woods, which is one of our training grounds here in the county. And then lastly, the Delta program. And we got that up and running, as you recall, about midway through last year. We have already trained over 150 volunteers in our community in partnership with both school boards. So we're very proud of that work as well. When we think about the overall review, the learnings and the risks, obviously, funding is always a question mark with the province, but we've done well, for all of the work that's gone into it. We've not received reductions in funding. What we've received is short-term commitments to continue, and then more recently in the Community Paramedic and Long-Term Care Program and the Community Paramedic Ministry of Health Program, we've received permanent funding. So our goal now is to be able to get annualized increases that keep up with the cost of living. As well, managing our workforce and fatigue associated with the work that they're doing. Obviously emotional, but also working shift work is not for the faint of heart. And then also looking at, is our infrastructure good to go? And that's where Jason, Craig, and others have done an exceptional job of looking forward in terms of what our needs are, with the potential build this year for Whitewater, and then as well the Pembroke Base Station renewal. So when we think about those priorities, going into next year, just to summarize them at a high level, certainly access prevention and providing people care where they're at. And I think that that's key. Providing system integration for vulnerable populations, and then sustaining and growing VTAC. So when we think about that, we know that there are also conversations going on within our municipalities about how can we improve wellness centers? How can we get care closer to home? So we're also working with those municipalities to support those efforts to create the places, as well as building on the programs that we're currently providing. When we look at that in terms of our business model, certainly continuing to modernize the 911 system. As you know, we have people come from all over the world to learn from our programs, and we're very proud of that work, but we also learn every time we have a visitor come. We're looking very closely at how we can continue to reverse the pressure on the 911 system, despite the fact the number one indicator for adding pressure to that system is the age of our population. With the baby boomers continuing to advance in age, our numbers, as in the case of many paramedic services, should be in the double-digit increases. Last year, we were able to achieve over 4.25% reduction, 4.16% reduction in 911 calls. That's unheard of when most are seeing between 10 and 20% increases in their 911 pressures. How do we achieve that? That's community paramedicine. That's VTAC. That's leaning into those populations that have a modifiable risk factor and supporting them. MESA is also a significant part of that driver by making sure that we're meeting people where they're at. Also having specialized response, and really these are risk managed approaches to supporting people in providing care to them where they're at, not bringing people to care. And then secondly, how do we engage volunteers? I think the sort of the plural approach to doing that through the Delta program is really quite exciting, by engaging volunteers in the community, both at the student level, but also at the retiree level. You could probably think of people in your community who would be very well suited to lead a team of volunteers should any of your municipalities require assistance, whether it's sandbagging, clearing roads, providing shelter, simply consoling people. And we can think about that in many, many different ways. And then I'm very proud of the fleet and logistic folks, because not only are we working with different vendors around the world to bring new options into the Ontario market, we are also a certified vendor of record. And we actually have a truck from Muskoka here this week that our mechanic is upfitting so that it can now be an emergency response vehicle for them. Very, very low cost and very short turnaround time, being a week, that we can turn that around, where the last emergency response vehicles that we ordered, we had to wait in excess of 13 months and pay handsomely for those upfits. So we're now doing that in-house, and that's tied to one of our business cases to have an assistant for a mechanic to be able to complete that work in a timely way. As well, when we think about major projects, certainly the POCUS program, the point-of-care ultrasound you heard about from Algonquin College today, we received money from the government that we sought to be able to train other paramedic services from Ontario at the government's cost, and we've done that in partnership with Algonquin College. So our staff are running a program. It happens to be in Algonquin's place, and they've been exceptional partners in engaging the community and doing it at a very high professional level. And I think that that enterprise approach, if you will, of being paid to provide training to others is something that also creates a revenue generating opportunity. It's not necessarily even a break even. It can be a revenue generating opportunity to reinvest in our programs and back into our community. Similarly with VTAC, we've been working closely with Petawawa Centennial Family Health Center and the mayor of Petawawa to increase the services in that community that have some unique needs about their unattachment rate, but also the fluidity of that population and making sure that everybody has access to primary care where they need it and when they need it. And then on the MESA side, on the Heart Hub side, Craig and Molly have done an exceptional job in terms of the foundations on the Heart Hub side. The MESA program with Andrea, Jason, and I continues to work very well, not only amongst ourselves, but also with our partner organizations such as the hospitals, public health, community mental health services. What does this look like in terms of other major projects and milestones? So treat and refer pathways. This is a key one for us, where instead of sending 2 paramedics in an ambulance to everybody that calls 911, what if we sent 1 paramedic in an SUV to be able to go and provide you the care that you need and save that ambulance for those 20% of patients who actually need to go somewhere fast and receive care at the same time? To go back to that bullseye chart that I've shown you many times, this is a policy piece that we're working very closely with the province on, and we're just about there to be able to really change the way a paramedic service leans into its population and realign the assets that we have with the needs of the community and the strength of our providers. So we're very pleased to be able to continue on that work as well, Delta expansion and the logistics modernization component that I spoke to earlier. When we think about our budget and our resources, obviously 2 paramedic base stations is showing up in Jason's world in a big way. And we really look forward to getting into Whitewater and in Pembroke in the coming year or so. As well, though, our fleet lifecycle renewal and expansion. Daniel's done an excellent job of working with one of the rental companies to be able to look at innovative ways for us to be able to not only upfit our own vehicles, but to do it through a new lease type relationship as opposed to a purchase relationship. And I think that that's going to bear fruit not only for us, but likely become a standard across the industry in Ontario and potentially Canada. When we look at it from a human resource perspective, how do we service some of the things that I've talked about, knowing that we now have revenue potential in a number of different ways? One is you'll see a business case for a fleet mechanic technician, additional hours for paramedic training, and some of that training is to train others to then generate revenue back for ourselves. And then the last one is around a reallocation of summer students to casual laborers, because we don't just need them in the summer student traditional hours window, we need them year-round at that level of service that they've been providing. So those are 3 of the business cases that you'll see within the financial component of the report that Daniel will be providing. But we also have revenue opportunities, and it came up, I wasn't sure who made the comment here today, But we are intent on creating an enterprise, if you will, so that not only the point-of-care ultrasound, that we can sell the programs and generate revenue for those, but also for Sierra Team, also for the MESA program, also for the emergency management program. How can we, much like HR does, for example, in supporting local municipalities, have a relationship that if there's a service that we can provide you, we're happy to do that, and that there's a policy cover to be able to do that from a cost recovery basis. But how can we also sell our services outside of the County of Renfrew, recognizing that we've been able to refine a number of these different program areas? So whether that's POCUS, Sierra Team, potentially even the Delta Team, and as well VTAC, because others are looking at replicating that model, and that's something that we want to do at a minimum at a cost recovery basis, and where we can also use that to reinvest in our own programs. We see it as an opportunity. Concurrently, we're going to be reducing ED use in 911, reducing our offload time, procurement savings, centralized warehousing. As you know, we're currently doing and servicing beyond the paramedic service in terms of our logistics. And then how do we establish these treat and refer and non-transport pathways so that we have the policy cover from the province to be able to do it in a robust way. So what does that look like then in terms of our service level? Obviously, we need stability. We need to increase our community paramedic and our prevention programs to protect those 911 resources for the patients who need them the most. And then also, what's at risk in this process? And age is our greatest risk driver in terms of the age of the population is a direct line to increase in levels of service. But if the level of service, the only level of service we're providing is a 911 response, it's not only the most expensive thing that we could be doing, it's also the least impactful in terms of increasing our years of people living independently in our community and how they access services such as VTAC and the MESA program. And I think that's critically important when you think about the older adult with complex chronic disease and the younger adult typically with complex social disease. How do we support both of them in different ways using a common model but different interventions? And really that's community paramedicine and MESA. That's how we've been able to stabilize much of the other drivers within our performance measures. So we're looking at 911, we're looking at community paramedicine, VTAC, MESA outreach. We're also looking at our Sierra Team, logistics and fleet, and emergency management. And within emergency management, we're also working closely with your municipal fire services. Lee and I are in conversation with them about the fire radio system and the service levels that are being provided to be able to make sure that they're getting best-in-class care. We know that there are some tweaks available to us, and we'll come back with a report later in the year to be able to lay those options out for you. So the final slides really talk about cross-departmental collaboration. I think we've been able to socialize that throughout the report, obviously working with public health and others, but I think amongst department heads under Craig's leadership, we've never worked more closely together. And I think that that is something to be celebrated from an organizational perspective, but it's our community that benefits most when we work together. And I think MESA is a very good example of where that's true. External partners, obviously the hospitals, primary care. Petawawa has been an incredible partner under Judy's stewardship. The Algonquins of Pequawkanagan and our research partners. We work very closely with them. We'll also be doing some multi-agency disaster response training with local police and fire services this coming year. So we're going to heavily invest on coming up with maybe an improved way of thinking about unified command and how we can collaborate on the emergency services side. And then lastly, our living our why. And you could put this first, you could put it last, but I think as a reminder, it's critically important to be grounded in people-first, patient-centered care. And so everything we do is people-centered, whether we're using the triple aim, quadruple aim, quintuple aim. We look at all of those indicators from a quality perspective. We align with the best practices. And in most of our program areas now, we're actually driving the best practices to be able to ensure that our community gets the level of care that they deserve and the level of care that council has required of all of us. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief Nolan. Just a little insight. FanDuel now has the over-under on you, 20 points as the underdog, I think, to Mr. Quaid. Any questions or comments? I think we're gaining on time there. Perhaps on aggregate, you may come out victorious after all, Chief. With that, thank you so much. And bear with me, committee, as we move back to our agenda, please. Beginning with communications, the OPP delay in record check response. I'd seek a motion that the communications be received as information. Moved by Councillor Giardini. It's been a long break. Seconded by Councillor Lynch. Did someone wish to speak to this? This certainly was our prior warden that this letter was sent to the Commissioner of the OPP. Any comments on the correspondence? This is with regards to the delay in the records checks.
I'm not aware of anything coming back at this prior to me leaving the chair and since or to my other email account.
Okay, then very briefly, the letter seems to be indicating that there are structural impediments which seems at odds with what our experience has been here within the County of Renfrew, but if there are no questions or comments, I would certainly call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. With that, then, we will move directly into item 7, consent reports, and we will begin once again with the long-term care consent report. And I would invite Mr. Quaid once again. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. Consent item number 1 is our long-term care inspection reports. Bonashire Manor had a long-term care inspection done in November and received 2 compliance orders related to IPAC. And then Miramichi Lodge had 2 visits, one in October, one in November, to follow up on some critical incidents. There were no findings of non-compliance, and on in December, they received their proactive compliance, which is where they evaluate all the programs, and they received a written notification, excuse me, related to our evaluation of the recreation program, which is unfortunate because it's essentially a piece of paper saying that you've evaluated your program for the year, which we do with our staff, with our residents at our resident council meetings, with our staff at unit meetings. But we did not have a piece of paper saying that we have evaluated this program. So we are constantly reflecting feedback from staff, residents, families. So very unfortunate, but it was a written notification. Number 2 was the Renfrew County District Health Unit reports. Both homes were inspected in November, and there were no non-compliance orders for each home, and they inspected all the serveries in both homes. Number 3 is our emergency attestation form. This is as per the Fixing Long-Term Care Act, where the administrator of each home needs to sign off that we are doing testing of our emergency preparedness. And as we all know, we did a code gray not long ago. Our delegated authority, we have received some one-time funding at both homes. Bonashire Manor has purchased an IV and wound-related equipment, some vein visualization devices, and basically a molecule tester, which tests for RSV and COVID and influenza. So we're able to test in-house for what exactly is the outbreak that we're dealing with. And then Miramichi Lodge, they received funding for a blood analyzer device and a bladder scanner along with vitals machines. And lastly, our short stay respite. We have approved both homes to have 2 respite beds effective January 1st, 2026, and it's been sent off to Ontario Health East. That is all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Quaid. Return to item 1. Any questions or comments? Item 2, the RCDHU inspections. Item 3, emergency attestation. And finally, number 4, delegated authority. I just had one. This is probably for Mr. Burke, but I would defer to you, Mr. Quaid. I'm assuming these funding announcements, though they are consistent with the provincial 2025-26 fiscal year, these will be allocated to our 2026 budget as opposed to retroactively to the 2025. Is that correct, Mr. Burke?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, committee. That is our typical method, is to assume that while these funding announcements likely end in March, that they will be renewed into the current year, and we will take that fiscal allocation and assume it's the same on a calendar basis as well.
Thank you very much. If there's nothing more, then bear with me. I have to read the resolution once again. The recommendation is that the consent reports be received as information. I would seek a mover, please. Sorry. That's right. I have not done the emergency services. I'm trying to speed things up at your expense, Chief Nolan. So if there are no more questions, then in fact we will not call the question. I will invite the Chief, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The consent item related to the paramedic services is itemized under the delegated authority. That following item was approved under bylaw 9824 delegated authority. And the brief overview of this delegated authority is a partnership agreement with the David McAnthony Gibson Foundation, otherwise known as Global Medic. You may be familiar with Global Medic from the media. We've also worked very closely and have the advocacy up to and including the work that we did this fall at Queen's Park to be able to better support Emergency Management Ontario and their CORE program. So the CORE program has flowed funding through the David McAnthony Gibson Foundation to the County of Renfrew for 2 drones. But I think more importantly, to be recognized as a leader within this space and to be able to provide enhanced services, both from an emergency management and emergency response perspective in the County of Renfrew, but also through the CORE program to be recognized as a regional asset, much like our experience with Halliburton last year. So that the items are listed within the Memorandum of Understanding, Mr. Chair, and a big thank you to the David McAnthony Gibson Foundation and Roel Singh for his leadership on this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chief. Any questions or comments on the Emergency Services Paramedic Services report? Now I would seek a motion, and thank you for the vigorous shake of the head, Ms. Van Starkenburg. It was unmistakable. Moved by Warden Murphy, seconded by Councillor Weir. All in favor? The consent reports are approved. Thank you very much. We do have a single discussion report, and there is on our discussion report a single item. It is with respect to long-term care. Once again, Mr. Quaid, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. Resolution number 1, signing authority for resident trust accounts. Recommendation 1, that Health Committee recommends the County Council approve the signing authority for Scotiabank Bonashare Manor resident trust accounts are 2 of the following 4 names: Dean Quaid, Daniel Burke, Kim Prentice, and Shiji Patili. Recommendation number 2, that Health Committee recommends the County Council approve the signing authority of the Bank Montreal Miramichi Lodge resident trust accounts and the Miramichi Lodge Nevada account are 2 of the following 5 names: Dean Quaid, Daniel Burke, Nancy Lemaire, Kim Prentice, and Brendan Mellish.
Thank you. I would, just before we get to the background, I would invite a mover, please. Councillor Watt, seconded by Councillor Hoddinott. Background, please. So is there a specific resolution for each? They should be separate? Okay, this is with respect to recommendation 1 then. So that is with respect to recommendation 1. I guess at this point we can expedite this. If you want to provide the background at this juncture, Mr. Quaid, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. The background, the signing authority for the long-term care homes resident trust account requires updating to reflect current staff and to ensure proper oversight and responsibility.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions on recommendation 1? Councillor Emo.
Thank you. Not a question, but just a suggestion. Can you change that to something other than resident account? Because At first blush, it looks like you are the signing authority for if I'm a resident there for my accounts, and it just might cause confusion down the road, that's all.
I'm not sure who would be best placed to respond to that. I don't know, is there a specific language that we are required to utilize?
Through you, Chair, to committee, I'm not sure. I'll have to take it back and speak with our finance groups.
Okay, thank you. That would be for the future, I am assuming you are suggesting. Thank you. The councillor is in fact nodding his head vigorously again so as to attract the attention of the chair. Are there any further questions or comments? I see none. All in favor of recommendation 1. That is carried. Now I would seek a mover for recommendation 2, please. Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Mayville. Once again, the background is the same. Any question, comment? Seeing none, all in favor. Recommendation 2 is carried as well. Thank you. With that, do we approve the discussion report as a whole? Thank you. Of course, there it is in writing. Recommendation that the discussion report be approved as presented. Councillor Lynch, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere. All in favor? That is approved. There were no deferred reports at the time of mailing. Likewise, verbal reports, closed session. Does that remain so?
Yes, it does.
It does. Thank you. So, moving on then. Any new or other business? I see none. With that recommendation that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, February 11th, 2026. It is 11:48 a.m. I would seek a mover, please. I see Councillor Yon assiduously raising her hand and Councillor Grills. All in favor. We are adjourned. Thank you. Yeah, so the suggestion would be 12:30, and it is a suggestion, though I do know that Councillor Giardini is much more prompt than I.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Community Services Committee, Wednesday, January 14th. Ms. Van Starkenburg, has roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none. Adoption of minutes. Recommendation is that the minutes of the November 12th, 2025 meeting be approved. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Laurentian Valley, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. With that seat being taken now, I can't see your name tag and I go blank. Delegations and presentations, we have two, and I will ask, excuse me, I will ask Ms. Patrick to introduce our first one, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. Good afternoon, everyone. It's very nice to see you all here for our first meeting of the new year. I'd like to start by saying in 2025, our department completed its first strategic plan. And this was completed with all of our staff and informed by all of our staff, as well as informed by all of our community partners. Certainly, as I've mentioned to committee before, and as we've heard even earlier this morning in some of the other presentations, our communities are experiencing growing levels of poverty, food insecurity, and health inequities. And this is putting pressure on all of the community services departments, programs, and services. And certainly through our strategic planning exercise, we have identified a need to prioritize our limited resources, limited in terms of budgets as well as personnel, on supporting those in the deepest needs. We have to focus on a more sophisticated data management system so that we can continue to promote evidence-informed decision-making and to support, of course, the wellness of our clients and our staff. And certainly a lot of our strategic plan will talk about some of the work we're doing to enhance our programs and services to better support our clients. And we're also looking at many initiatives to support the wellness of our staff. And I know you heard that in other presentations from my colleagues and other directors about staff wellness initiatives. And certainly we echo many of those same comments that were made and some of those same priorities in terms of making sure that our staff are well trained and well prepared in order to be able to do the work in the long term. We work really closely with all of our community partners in our department, and all of the managers are sitting at the back of the room today and are on many tables and help to work with other leaders to look at how can we focus on some of the system gaps and prioritize better ways to support those that are really struggling in our communities. I myself have the privilege of co-chairing the community response table along with the Director of Community Mental Health Services for the Pembroke Regional Hospital. And that has been a very impactful table in terms of meeting with social services, mental health, and addictions leaders, and really looking at some of the systemic issues in terms of all of our programs and what we can all do within our limited resources and programming to try to fill some of the gaps and try to build the social infrastructure in a more strengthened way to better support those that are really struggling. So I'd like to, at this time, introduce Barb Tierney. Barb is the Program Advisor for the Community Services Department, and she is going to, she's been very instrumental in leading the development of our strategic plan, and she's going to deliver an overview for committee today. And I think through this presentation, you will really be able to see some of the key priorities that we're working on in our department in 2026. Some of the pressures that we're facing, as well as some of the opportunities that we have in front of us. So with that said, I will turn the floor over to Barb. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm a bit short. Thank you, Andrea, and through you to committee, and thank you, Chair. Thank you, Andrea, for that introduction about the strategic plan. I think throughout this presentation, you will see that our staff are not only the heart behind everything that community services does, but they're also the brains. What we are demonstrating today is how we are advancing going forward and trying to modernize some of the work that we're doing in order to bring it back to this table so that we can really make those data-informed decisions. We've been really good at the quality, the qualitative data and telling those stories, but where we're lacking is some of that quantitative pieces and really addressing how we can move forward together in a coordinated way. So for our purpose, why we exist, and Andrea spoke to this in her introduction, to really support those with the deepest need. We are here to look at individuals who have the deepest, most complex needs and determine how best can we support them. If we cannot support them, how best can we support them in referrals to other organizations? We really are a no wrong door approach. We also are taking it the extra step to work with our staff to look at what are some of those gaps that we're seeing that we're able to bring back to some of our tables and really work through, and then create some recommendations and options to bring back to tables like this to really work together to move forward, understanding that we have limited resources within the County of Renfrew, but we do have a lot of really great resources. So how can we advance our integration both internally as well with our partners? So we took a lot, just to talk about our why for a bit, we took a lot from the MESA approach and took it to the department to see really how could we be more collaborative and provide services in a compassionate way. So some of 2025 highlights were advancing modernization and data-informed initiatives. We see this through the Invisio software that we are using. So Invisio is a database that is going to help us generate reports for this group and other tables. You'll see in your package there's a dashboard that we really want to look at that will keep us on track for a lot of our priorities. So really looking at trying to capture in a better way all of the hard work that the staff are doing and taking a page out of the community paramedic model of what are the interventions that we're providing and how can we really look at that. We expanded collaboration with community partners. We saw this with MESA paramedics attending housing units and providing clinics. We saw this with individuals in some of the community housing buildings reaching out to the community paramedics and asking for additional supports once they saw them continuing to show up. We see this with the community response table, with mental health. We're really trying to leverage those partnerships so that we all can work together in a better way because we really are all aligned and trying to do the same thing. Respond flexibly to an evolving health crisis. So we've really changed the way in which we're doing things in some of our housing units. Very impressed with the work going on with the housing caseworkers, with getting individuals onto social contracts to really try and look at how can we support them with some of these behaviors or issues that they're having right now before it becomes a problem down the line. To really try and support that tenancy because we don't want to put pressure on the system as a whole within community services where we're doing outreach to prevent homelessness in one end and then having eviction in the other. We really do not want that. So how could we use our expertise within the department, because we have a very wide skill set, to work together to support clients in the best way. Increased outreach for complex client needs. So thank you for supporting this with the outreach worker positions. We have 4 outreach worker positions that we had in 2025. I would say this has been a game changer for the Department of Community Services and will be going forward. This is an integrated position that we can use to pivot depending on where the need is at the time, especially with when we look back at our data and see some of those needs to help us with that program design going forward. And then improved cross-program coordination. So really trying to challenge staff to use each other. We have a huge skill set. Everyone is doing various things. How could we work together to better support someone rather than, similar to the MESA approach, rather than having them work through each system individually? How could we work together with more case conferences together in order to better support our clients that our entire department is serving? So our strategic foundation really is part of the strategic plan. So really when we were trying to think of going forward into 2026, there's been a lot going on and we need to ground ourselves. So when people think of grounding themselves, they might think of doing yoga and other things. I think of strategic planning. Sorry, that's my bad joke for the day. So our core values are aligned with the county's why. We're looking at equity and inclusion, collaboration, empowerment of both staff and clients, transparency and compassion. Our strategic goals are advancing equity by prioritizing those with the deepest need. There's a lot of need out there, and there's a lot of people with the deepest need. Strengthening data, consistency, and evidence-informed decisions. We really want to be able to evaluate the work that we're doing so that we're doing it in the best way and taking pieces from the community paramedic model as well as RCVTAC. Part of my background was with the community paramedics, so really looking at that quality assurance and improvement piece, as well as fostering wellness for clients and for staff. If staff are not well, they cannot support the clients in the best way. And we'd like to thank our colleagues in corporate services for the health and safety and wellness coordinator position and all of you for supporting that. That has been a game changer for our department. And the initiatives that have come along with that. I was just in a meeting with Chris Day this morning about health and safety, and it's really going to be a beautiful partnership going forward to better support staff. So when we talk about community services, we usually think of us supporting someone with basic needs, and we think of the financial support that we're offering. We have changed a lot because of the complexities. We are no longer just providing someone with basic needs, we are action planning with them. We are getting to know them and what their complexities are and how we could support them in care planning. So really trying to identify with them, what are your goals of care and how could we support you in our role get there? You'll see we've taken a page out of the community paramedic book around a model of care. So community paramedics use a model of care. We want to advance the way that we offer services. So we're looking at our core elements of prevention, early intervention, coordination, a trauma-informed approach, and integration to really achieve what our outcomes are of wellness, stability, and data integrity. So we've had a lot of learnings in 2025, and we have a lot of pressures going into 2026. I think it's no surprise to this group about the growing housing demand and affordability pressures for everyone. The cost of living has increased significantly, and we're seeing pressures. Increasing complexity of client needs, we're seeing that as well. I'm really trying to use the resources that we have, both internally and internal to the department, as well as with our partners to really work together to support people in a better way. Recruitment and retention challenges. With the growing complexity of client needs, we're seeing the need for growing skill sets, and we're trying to look at both internally and externally the best candidates for our positions, aligning with that corporate direction. Higher expectations for accountability and reporting. You know, a lot of our software is based on those financial components, and it does not allow us to be able to document care planning notes for someone. So we're using the opportunity that we have before us with some of our staff being trained with care team and other things to look at how best could we capture that care plan in the best way, recognizing confidentiality as well. The need for clearer roles and shared tools, and integration improves consistency and responsiveness. And we're seeing this with the integrated supervisors that we have within the Department of Community Services and how they're working more to support the staff in a consistent and responsive way. So as we move into 2026, we have a lot of priorities, and we're trying to keep ourselves on track with the strategic plan. So as we all know, we have our legislative services and compliance that we must deliver, our mandated programs, and maintain compliance with provincial health and safety and risk requirements. We also have our strategic plan with our goals for the department, and we always want to refer back to these goals to see, and we want staff to be referring back to them to see how we can move forward together. And then innovation and continuous improvement. We're really trying to strengthen our integrated workflows. We're looking right now at the outreach worker program and looking at the workflow for that and the best referral process and triage criteria for frequency of visits. Very similar to what you see with the community paramedic model. We are facing a health crisis with clients and the complexity of needs, and we need to advance the way in which we're offering these services, and our staff have been more than willing and very good at doing this. When we look at culture, workplace, and client experience, we want to build a unified culture, stabilize the workforce, capacity, improve service consistency, and strengthen partnerships. Partnerships are really what we really want to focus on. We're all kind of working together or in our own silos sometimes to support someone who might be in a housing unit. How could we think strategically and be a bit creative in how we can work together with, say, mental health or a community paramedic or someone else to get someone the help that they need. So major projects and milestones for 2026. We're looking at implementing shared data tools and dashboards. So you'll see in the package, I don't think we will be able to pull that up today, but there is a link to a dashboard. And really what we're trying to look at there is when we come here to do some reports, we're able to show you that quantitative picture as well as the qualitative story as well. We also want staff to be looking at some of these dashboards because it's very easy when you have a couple complex clients to lose sight of the great work that you're doing. And we need to be able to tell that story because they are truly doing amazing work. We also want to standardize documentation practices across the department. I spoke to a bit earlier about our documentation practices need to change to align more with the goals of care and the way in which we're now delivering services. We also want to adapt our services to evolving client needs. So we are really looking at, I spoke earlier about the outreach workers. I'm speaking about that because it is a new position, and it's a position that we've learned a lot with quite quickly and has also been a really good position to help all of our clients in a different way with their needs. We also want to strengthen care plan pathways, implement a peer committee. So we are very amazed by our staff. We put a call out, it was a voluntary call out for a peer committee to really look at complex client situations. We wanted a representation from every division within the department to really let's look at the different skill sets everyone has and let's brainstorm ideas before things get to a certain level that we can't come back from, and let's have that innovative, creative discussion just in line with the county's why. And we had 18 people put their hands up. It wouldn't be right to have it wouldn't work well to have a committee of 18 people, so we decided to do 2 committees because we didn't want to leave anyone out, because the expressions of interest were really amazing about people wanting and knowing that we need to deliver our services in a different way to help the clients in which we serve. We're also looking at implementing a client advisory committee. We recognize, and we saw this with MESA. I spoke, I think it was last year, to this group around sitting at a picnic table with a client and developing a social contract with them. We need that client voice to shape the services that we are providing them, and we want them to have a say in some of the things in which we're doing so that we can do better for the people which we are serving. So when we look at some of our key pressures that we have, my eyes are very bad, so I'm going to have to look at my slide here, sorry. So when we look at this, we're looking essentially, we have seen an increase in the Ontario Works caseload, and it's a 16% year-over-year increase. That's just the increase in caseload. That doesn't speak to the complexity of the cases that we have before us. When we look at community housing and homelessness prevention, we know that we have a long wait list. We know that there's a lot of people in need, and we know that we're in a housing crisis, as well as people who are in housing also need a lot of supports. So that is at risk. We're really trying to look at how can we use our outreach workers right now to support where the caseworker role ends, where can the outreach worker role begin and continue. Not saying that one role is better than the other, but really looking at how do we complement our services rather than duplicate them. When we look at the child care in early years, we have wait lists, and I think we can all agree that wait lists create pressures, and even if you had 100 people on a wait list, that's too many children on a wait list. And once people get into services, then they're provided other services, and then they're able to thrive. So we're really looking at those pressures as well as the early on and child and family centers. We know that this is a great resource for people, but there are capacity needs here. So there's just a few examples here of some key performance indicators, and I won't go into detail too much on them, but we're looking at implementing a department-wide prioritization framework. We really want to focus on referring clients to community services outreach workers for the life skills stabilization supports. We need to focus on those pieces because we know that social determinants of health impact a lot of things, and we need to start looking at some of the prevention and early intervention pieces. It's not enough anymore to house someone. We need to be able to provide them groups, work with them, show them. Some people aren't used to or have never had their own place. Let's work with them on some of that behavior. We're looking at securing community housing for clients through MESA prioritization. We've pivoted a bit here to align our MESA prioritization with the Heart Hub. So now we're seeing people who are going to be coming out of Bridge or supportive motel or the supportive beds with the Heart Hub, and how can we support that through some of this MESA prioritization for housing. We're also, I'm not going to go through everything here, but I'll just do high level. So also we're looking at enhancing integrated and coordinated care for clients with complex needs. So really looking at the unique housing cases and them being supported through coordinated strategies. And what we mean by that is not just us talking to each other. Let's reach out to mental health. let's reach out to ATS. Let's find out who they're connected to and have those conversations. We're looking at cases being brought to the internal peer committee to really let's brainstorm and have those creative discussions, as well as case conferences involving external partners. We want to do this more and more. If someone is struggling, let's have consent to talk to their mental health worker, and maybe we could be working together with the client on various goals and addressing it together. We're also looking at enhancing early engagement, stabilization, and wellness supports for tenants. So when we talk about MESA prioritization, they're not just securing housing through MESA prioritization and we're stepping back from them. We're recognizing that they need additional support and we want to walk them through that. So through our outreach workers, we will be supporting them with that for a 60-day period, and then looking at the frequency and what the plan is after that. So as of right now, we have 2 people who have been housed through MESA prioritization, and both of those are connected to a community services outreach worker, which is fantastic. We're also looking at expanding the early identification and prevention supports for clients. So we want to look at being seen as less punitive. We really want to decrease the number of N4s. So if you get a letter for non-payment of rent, sometimes it says on the top, could be at risk of eviction. We recognize what that does to someone as well. So we really want to look at, yes, we have requirements, but how can we do this in a different way? It's that compassionate approach that we really want to offer people, as well as we have that social contract piece. So there could be a different way in which we approach this. When we look at expanding the client voice and system learning into service design and delivery, we really want to look at, as I spoke to earlier, the client advisory table. We want to look at the number of supportive home visits that people are doing with licensed home visitors, look at the different types of interventions they're providing while they're there, and capture that data. We're going to skip this slide, but it is in your package if you would like to look at it. And then the key pressures and opportunities. I spoke to a lot of this about the affordable housing, the workforce stabilization, our aging infrastructure. Integrated service delivery presents opportunities for greater efficiency. I think that's really important for us all because we know that the county has done a lot of innovative things within the last few years in particular, and a lot of that is with Craig's leadership. And I think it's important to note that with that, we're trying to adapt our services so that we're working together, not against each other. Enhancing data and analysis. We need this to support the long-term financial planning so that Daniel doesn't get upset with us. And then leveraging our provincial funding and strategic partnerships will be critical to our success. So this is one of the last slides. When we look at our cross-departmental collaboration, we're looking at, we've done a lot in community housing with the paramedics and offering clinics. We've done a lot with our own staff in having further discussions and going out to see clients together in order to look at scenarios a different way. We had a lot of success with Holly, who was the Health and Safety and Wellness Coordinator, and now even on day one, Chris Day, or week one, Chris Day as the coordinator, really trying to look at the corporate direction, ensuring that we're aligned, and looking at where the gaps are that we need to fill. The other thing that we wanted to mention here is we have a couple staff who have utilized the education and training policy. I believe that was went forward in 2025, and they are really thankful for that. We are really thankful for that because in supporting them be able to access further education, we're seeing the skill set and the different thinking that's associated with that, and our clients are benefiting from it. So really thankful for all of that. When we look ahead, we have a lot of rising service demands with the housing instability, aging facilities, community services must be ready to respond quickly. We have ongoing recruitment and retention challenges that we're trying to address. I think it's great when people are taking other opportunities internally. We just had someone go to long-term care who's going to be going on a contract. We're excited for them. We also didn't want to lose them, but we are excited for them. These are good internal opportunities. As much as I joke, I think it's really important that we're able to support this because then it's those skills that they learn in another department that they're able to bring back to us. And it's really how can we support each other within the county. So thank you for allowing us to make that happen. As well as really focusing on our integrated service models and our stronger partnerships. And if I could leave you with one thing, I think that is we are really trying to look at where are the gaps, where are referral processes. If we're seeing a challenge, let's not just ignore it. Let's have that conversation and take it to a table. We all know we have many meetings. I'm sure we could find a place to be able to have an innovative solution. Promise this is the last slide. So our next steps are we're really looking at our model of care recognizes the impact of the social determinants of health and provides responsive, coordinated interventions with a compassionate approach. We look forward to working together to advance these priorities while strengthening quality assurance and improvement. Any questions?
Wow, what a great presentation. Are there any questions? Member from Edmonton Bromley, please.
It is a little stale to remember those names after this this break. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you through you to Ms. Tierney as well. Just a comment, and the overall comment is, and I think that this is consistent with the why statement as well, which is particularly in your last comments about not losing someone to long-term care, but someone furthering their skill set, their knowledge, their acquisition of that. And I think that across this entire enterprise, the county of Renfrew, I think that is yielding incredible value. As the approach, as Ms. Tierney has noted, the approach had often commented is we are unreservedly purloining from community paramedicine. If it works there, why can't it work here? It is innovative. Let's take that mindset and apply it here. And I think that we're still only scratching the surface. I know there was one thing in here where I'm thinking AI. You're talking about we need improved data sets and analytics. I think that once we have set what is the nature of what the county of Renfrew is trying to do right across the entire geography of the county of Renfrew and across the population, once we have arrived at that, by whatever means that is being improved, I think is providing incredible value, an incredible dividend to us. So likewise, if in fact someone is going to go, Mr. Quaid himself has accumulated his skill set in working in numerous locations and for numerous different enterprises. That is yielding incredible dividends for us. So I'm enormously pleased at seeing that approach, the wraparound approach, as opposed to the transactional checking boxes and volumes, et cetera. And I think that is a crucial step in meeting the needs, particularly from the Community Services Committee and all of the departments within. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Warden Murphy, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not used to it either. So we don't have to separate Andrea and Dean. They're good. There's no, okay, awesome. You said something, and I'm going to get the verbiage wrong, but I'm just wondering, you talked about going straight to the client's mental health advocate Do you see barriers there? What? Yeah, okay, stupid question. Yes, okay. I love the look on your face that you're like, yes, there will be.
So thank you, and through you to committee. There are barriers. I think we have come a long way. We have a part of the social contracts in some of these cases. The client is identifying that they have a mental health worker and providing us with consent to work with them. So this is like, these are some of the things that we're doing and some of the pieces that we took from different models and we saw this with Mesa as well, to really try and work in a different way. Yes, there are going to be learning curves and there are going to be barriers, but I think the county has set the course for us that we're at enough of these tables together through integration that we could really make anything happen.
I love this approach. I applaud the approach. I think that it's completely different when you go to the actual doctor, practitioner, whoever it is, rather than relying on bits and pieces that sometimes even a healthy person might not be able to absorb all the information and replay it to another person. So I love it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? No, I like the fact that you talked a lot about taking care of yourselves, because it's so important when you're trying to take care of other people and provide services. It's so important for us to take care of our staff. And that's, I'm glad to hear that. And also when you mentioned so much about Mesa and community paramedicine, these are programs that are working, and integrating them into everything is just great. So thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you, all you ladies back there as well. Thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you.
Okay. Our second delegation needs no introduction. It's Mr. Daniel Burke, please.
Good afternoon, committee, and today I get the pleasure of talking to you about provincial offenses. And I appreciate that normally we don't talk about provincial offenses here. It has historically been a corporate services department. However, it is cost shared with the City of Pembroke based on population, so we are making an effort to present in front of the City of Pembroke's representatives for this. As well, typically this would be Ms. Wilton, who is the manager of POA, who does this. However, she is currently downstairs in pretrial hearings, so our apologies. So provincial offenses is a specialized judicial service we provide to the County of Renfrew. So we administer the Provincial Offenses Court, which primarily deals with quasi-criminal items such as traffic violations, provincial statute breaches, municipal bylaw enforcement, should you wish us to, and other items. It was downloaded to the county in the early 2000s as part of the municipal restructuring, as actually a revenue offset to some of the other services that were downloaded. So it is a revenue generating department. It still remains, though it is less revenue generating than it once was. So again, our 2025 review and key achievements. So as most of you are familiar, the core system for POA is mandated by the province. It is a province-wide system called ICON that does all, it's a criminal record database functionally. And it is, of course, the one we have to use across the province. It is very old. It is very based on DOS. It is not a new system by any means. And it's still the system that we have despite numerous promises to upgrade it. However, we do have some improvements. So there are a number of, supplementary systems running for taking information and other items and uploading them into ICON. And we have been successful in implementing some of those. So now all of our prosecutorial disclosures are fully digitized and available anywhere. So that's a big win for us in 2025. Similarly, we did successfully establish a local POA court committee. So that's a committee of the POA family, we'll say. So the Crown Attorney, the police officers, defense counsels, prosecutors, bring those all together into a safe space meeting and hear their complaints, talk through some training, sort of an arena to come together and discuss solutions for some of the headaches that are happening in POA. So we did successfully have that. It's going to meet twice a year, and I do believe it did meet twice last year. In terms of risks, the biggest one on the horizon is a change in process that was announced prior to COVID, and that is the download of Part 3 offenses. So these are offenses where you cannot simply pay your fine. You must appear in court and be sentenced. So currently, the offenses are tried in POA court. However, the prosecutor is the Crown Attorney. So we don't pay for the prosecutor, but the offenses do flow through our court. There is a small administrative fee. The proposed legislation would have our prosecutor handle all of those cases. So it's functionally a download of costs is what it is. As I say, it was announced several years ago that this should happen. There has obviously been resistance to allowing it to happen, and the issue has never been pushed as to an exact date when it should happen. So we retain the status quo that we've always had, and our aim is to keep it that way as long as possible. But that is the risk that we will have to take on more costs to have more prosecutor time in our POA court. In terms of 2026 priorities, as you may or may not be aware, we have a vacancy at our local Crown Attorney's office. So our priority will be to establish a new relationship with the new Crown Attorney when they are appointed. And we are also exploring the benefits of becoming a formal early resolution court. So we do have an informal early resolution process, but anything that is agreed to would still have to go in front of the court. This is a early resolution court that can actually handle those offenses without the need for another court day. And it was announced, this process was announced a few years ago, but it was a little bit cumbersome, and they have revised the legislation to make it more useful now to us. So we're exploring if this is something we want to proceed with. In terms of budget and resource requirements, again, provincial offenses is, from my point of view, a revenue generating department. It keeps the fines it collects. It is cost shared with the City of Pembroke. And it has, for the last several years, struggled under declining fine revenue, particularly in the Highway Traffic Act area. So we have always budgeted fine revenue on kind of a rolling average, and we continue to do so, and we continue to see a decline, though I would say 2025 was a better year than the year before, so maybe that's turning around now. And again, this is just a rehash of our risks and opportunities. So the biggest risk is Part 3 offense download, and our biggest opportunity is, again, possibly early resolution court, as well as any improvements we can make to ICON without the province, and then hopefully the province will eventually commit to updating its database at some point. And with that, Madam Chair, any questions I'd be happy to take.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Are there any questions or comments on his presentation? Oh, member from Arn Prior, please.
Thank you, Chair. Dan, do we have a policy procedures for the outstanding fines? You mentioned that we're not making money. With the amount of money that's owed to us, is there a way of attracting this back to us?
Through Madam Chair, there are several ways we use. One is our own staff. The second is 2 collection agencies. The third is, of course, that if you have outstanding tickets unpaid on your license, you will not be able to renew your vehicle plates. And that is still a requirement, even though you don't have to pay, you do have to renew your plates, and you won't be able to do that until you pay all fines. But again, collection does remain an issue. There are something like $8 million of outstanding POA fines, and it doesn't ever get written off until the offender passes away.
That's a lot of money. Member from Greater Madawaska, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm just wondering, Daniel, the Highway Traffic Act offenses that have been reducing, do we have any numbers in relation to the number of officers deployed over the years that it's been reducing and that's why Highway Traffic Act, or is it another reason, call for services somewhere else?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but I'm sure we can look into it. I would say in COVID, when the volume of travel dropped, the offenses dropped, and that's not unexpected. They didn't pick up the way we would have expected, though. And that's, somewhat of the concern, is that as people went back to their regular routines, we didn't see the number of traffic offenses or tickets laid pick back up. The other comment I would make, just anecdotally, I imagine the police are dealing with the same issues that the rest of us are dealing with, which is primarily addictions and homelessness, and that's where their focus has been as opposed to traffic enforcement. But we can for sure dig out some numbers and see how many of our local police are on traffic enforcement duties on any given year.
Any other questions or comments? Member from Adamston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just perhaps to shed a little more light on that. There's, I think that data that Councillor Weir is seeking probably would be difficult to assess. I don't imagine that the Office of the Attorney General is tracking that. This would be more Solicitor General. This has been somewhat of a bellwether, the canary in the coal mine that I have been advocating for, particularly as in this room we are routinely being requested to perhaps consider lowering speed limits, et cetera. That speeding has gotten to be a larger component. What I will say is that there was a value for money audit that was done by the Ontario Auditor General, and it was completed it was made public in December of 2021, but it was for the 2020 year. I think a larger consideration, because this was actually being impacted, much more so than COVID, I think, that amongst emergency services, I think largely presumptive PTSD has had a much larger impact on staffing, because the Auditor General's report certainly laid plain that as it pertains to the municipal sector, largely municipalities were not receiving the services, the base services that we were paying for, and there was quite a deal of variation on how much short of what we should be receiving that we were receiving. So I had kind of taken it upon myself, even though these are two disparate data points, there is a connection that is unavoidable as our fines were reducing. And I think that the ratio of HTA to other, that is Highway Traffic Act violations, to other violations that are heard or paid through the POA, I think that has remained consistent. So I think that there is certainly a causality that is there that was tenuous on what the corroboration is. What I would ask, though, on that same point is, so this is a pretty substantial uptick actually in 2025 over 2024. It's just under 17%. That's substantial. I wonder if Mr. Burke, and in the absence of Ms. Wilton, I do not see her in here, is that ratio still remaining fairly steady as well, i.e. as the violations that we are, the notices, offenses that are being received at the POA, is the Highway Traffic Act still keeping pace? As the overall offenses are increasing, are the HTA offenses increasing at the same rate?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'd have to look into that, but I would postulate that the bulk of our business, so to speak, is Highway Traffic Act, and very much in the minority would be, M&R, labor, other violations like that.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Burke. Okay, the next item on the agenda is communications. There are 5 items of communication. Are there any questions on item number 1, social housing? Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I had a chance to go and look at the chart about the household income limits, and I noticed that Renfrew County is a lot lower, and I can understand the rationale that we're lower than some of the bigger cities where they think, it's more expensive to live there. I'm just wondering, what kind of formula do they use, and does it accurately reflect what's going on here in Renfrew County in terms of it isn't that cheap around here to buy a house, and it isn't that cheap around here to live. Does it accurately reflect what's going on the ground in Renfrew County in terms of housing prices and grocery prices and gas prices and everything else in terms of them coming up with this income limit?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Service. I will do my best to answer, but recognizing that the expert is in the back of the room if committee does want some additional information. Our community housing manager may have more detail, but essentially the updates to eligibility around the rent geared to income are updated provincially on an annual basis. I know I would suggest that they do not accurately reflect. We have had communications around that with our municipal partners, and in the past, when we've had those communications, we haven't, there hasn't been an ability to make changes to that. That's been outside of our jurisdiction, but as I say, if there's more detailed requested, we do have an expert nearby.
Are you good with that?
Well, I guess not. You don't have to do it now, but if I could be more fully informed, I guess, on the formula or the calculation method, just to help me understand how they come up with these numbers.
Do we want to bring this back next month? Okay. We'll bring it back at our next meeting. Okay. Are there any other questions on item 1? Seeing none, item 2, Ministry of Education, Early Years and Child Care Division allocations. Seeing none. Item 3, the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services, the service contracting launch. Seeing none. Item 4, the Ministry of Education, Early Years and Child Care Division. And item 5 is the priority projects for municipalities. Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, just wondering, did we make any submissions under this program?
Yes, I'll let Ms. Patrick answer that, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. Yes, so we are working, our team and Mr. Davis's team are working collaboratively on this, and we will be submitting a proposal. We are going to request funding to make a conversion of a single family unit within our RGI housing portfolio to a triplex. So using similar methodology and plans that we use for the Francis Street project in Renfrew. Thank you.
That's great. Any other questions or comments on any of the communication items? Seeing none. Recommendation that the communications be received as information. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Braeside, seconded by the member from Headclar Mariah. All in favor? Carried. Okay, the next item is a consent report, Community Services Consent Report. There are 4 items on that. Are there any questions on any of the items there? Just a minute here. Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you. And the item number 1, which talks about poverty, I think that for the most part dovetailed with the member from Whitewater this morning who asked about the attachment to the Health Unit Board minutes, which was a food security or food insecurity, I think is an even better word, study that was undertaken by London Middlesex. And I'm just wondering, is this an opportunity to really dig into poverty reduction and suggest to the province that they should be, they can have a reduction strategy, but they should also include a series of schedules for different areas because the needs are quite different. We have, we've seen by the draw on our food banks and their constant need for assistance that poverty is a pretty significant issue in our community.
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Emo. Excellent points that have been raised, and I definitely would agree that it's an excellent time to lean in. I think that the paper does an excellent job of really illustrating like the need for a really robust social infrastructure and what goes into that. And there are many of the items that we've talked about with this committee, as well as some of the things that were highlighted in the Community Services Strategic Plan around, income security and the rates that have been frozen since 2018. The shortage of affordable housing, the needs for expanding in the early years and childcare programs, and as well the transportation access. So reading this paper, I think just illustrates the need for a whole of government approach around some of the priorities that are impacting our communities, and that if they're not addressed, together in a uniform way, no one service or agency is going to be able to, really improve the system as a whole.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on any of the other items? A member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Number 2, the changes to the Residential Tenancies Act. I know there was a lot of pushback and a lot of protest in terms of some of these changes making it easier for evictions to occur. And I see in the report that you asked for additional information. Was that information forthcoming, and when do you think we might notice an effect on our local social housing here in Renfrew County?
Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Councillor Service. Brought this information item to the committee, as I know that it was spoken about extensively at the Development and Property Committee, and there were some questions from committee about how this may impact the community housing sector. Certainly, in community housing, as we've spoken about, we prioritize an eviction prevention lens. So we're certainly not seeking expedited tools to move more quickly towards eviction. However, we do note that with some of these changes, there may be expedited evictions in some of the private market rentals that might put more pressure on the Heart Hub system and the other homelessness response systems.
Thank you. Any other questions on any of the other consent items? Seeing none. The next is the consent report from the POA. Are there any questions or comments on those 2 items? Member from Madison Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This was, and Councillor Lynch kind of opened this door during the departmental plan, 2026 plan. The chart, item number 2, the outstanding fines. So these had been growing pretty steadily for quite some time. Then there were some changes implemented in the late teens, and you see that there has been gain made here. But it appears to be stalled or flatlined for about the last 5 or 6 years. I'm wondering if Mr. Burke can provide any more context or illuminate perhaps on if in fact that is accurate, that we are somewhat stalled at recoveries here. I find it somewhat odd given that a driver's license is now incumbent upon you being made whole on any outstanding fines or violations.
Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the councillor. I don't have any great insight other than to say we are holding our own at the moment. The problem seems to have stabilized, again, at about $8 million in outstanding fines, which is an improvement over what we were experiencing pre-COVID, where it was growing every year. And even then, where we had the system where you would have to go in and get a sticker to renew your plate, and that would typically be what drove most of our recoveries. We were still losing ground and not collecting every charge we were laying. It now seems like we're breaking even, but again, no great insight on what opportunities are left to us to improve our rate of collection that we haven't already explored.
Supplemental?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And it is difficult to know what the nature of the outstanding violations may be. But again, bringing up the conversation from earlier with respect to proactive policing, with respect, I'm going to draw into this as well, the provincial government's insinuation, allegation that municipalities were using the automated speed enforcement as some sort of money grab. There's $8 million in outstanding fines. Is it actually a deterrent if you don't have to pay your fine? If there's no late fee associated with anybody's property tax, is there really a cost to not paying your property tax? It is confounding to me that each of these small incremental steps are adding up to a snowball. And it is disappointing to me. I have always made plain that automated speed enforcement has nothing to do with the revenue, but when we are still seeing, even with a 16% increase or almost 17% increase in the offenses that have been received at a Provincial Offences Act courts here, we are still seeing it substantially below where it was even 6 or 7 years ago. We saw a pretty substantial change in 2019 over 2020 on this chart that's in front of us now, but again, it's stalled. So if in fact an offense notice that I have been provided seemingly is intractably unenforceable, or that is what I would glean from this chart, then do those laws actually exist? In any event, that is all I have to say. Thank you for now.
Thank you. Warden, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up, the member from Evanston Bromley, on all the boards I sit on, I have yet to find a municipal elected member that thinks ASC is a bad idea. Like, nobody understands, especially rural, right, with our small little villages. It's unbelievable to me. Thank you.
That may come up at Roma. Okay.
It might rear its ugly head, yes.
Are there any other questions or comments on the POA consent report? Seeing none. Next is the consent report from the CAO. It is the Mesa Heart Hub annual report. Lots of good information in there. Are there any questions or comments on that? Warden, please.
I just want to say I really like the very first line, the background. The term Heart Hub is misleading, right? It's a coordinated network of community partners. I love that. Like, that's what we should be promoting, that it's not a building.
Thank you for that comment. Member from Pembroke, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One line really stuck out for me. It's a comment by an individual using the facility. I felt lost, and now I have some direction to move forward. This place gives me hope. I guess that's what it's all about. Thank you.
Yes, not only do the numbers speak for themselves, but the people are speaking for it as well. Yep. Are there any other questions or comments? Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you very much. An excellent report, although it does make me want to make sure I understand it more complete. On page 2, it says, the little numbers, I think it says 6,500 total visits with, I'm guessing it looks like 623 of them are individual visitors. Is that accurate?
Unique, yes. Unique visitors.
Okay. And then the next page, we look at 2,480 with 229 total guests. So it kind of looks like you need 10 interventions with each individual accessing the system. And I'm not, it's just, is that a trend that's noticeable, or is it just me misreading the numbers properly? Misreading it, yeah.
Mr. Kelly, please.
Thank you, Chair, through you. No, you're reading the numbers right, whether it's 10 or, I don't know sure what the ratio is. I'm sure there's an average night stay for some, and it's a little higher than others. But I think the work that I'll just call them the workers are doing overall, the outreach workers and support workers are trying to find housing for a lot of these individuals, either back with family members or in a treatment facility or in a private rental, I think. So that's what you're seeing. It takes some time to get them on a path, and it might be 10 days, 12 days, right?
Supplementals?
Yes. Might I suggest that the preventative aspect of this program, if you could add in the numbers from the presentation that Chief Nolan made about prevention in terms of going to emergency visits, the emergency room and stuff like that, because I think that's a benefit to show the preventive nature of this. Like, this shows the consumer side of it. It's interesting to see the preventative side. Thank you.
So noted. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I have a recommendation that the consent reports be received as information. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by the member from Renfrew, seconded by the member from Horton Township. All in favor? Carried. There are no discussion reports. There are no deferred reports. Any verbal reports? Seeing none, there is nothing for a closed session. We do have one item under new business, and Ms. Patrick will report on it. It's a report that was released yesterday by AMO, the Ontario Municipal Social Services Association, and Northern Ontario Services Deliverers Association. And it is a follow-up report entitled Municipalities Under Pressure 1 year later, and it's an update to the homelessness report. So Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, and thank you for sharing that information. I think the report is certainly very impactful and covers a lot of the topics that we've been, talking about in the various presentations throughout today. We are the service manager for housing and homelessness in the County of Renfrew, and we're one of 47, and we did participate in providing data to inform this report. So a very comprehensive report was completed this time last year, and as Chair Giardini indicated, this is an update to that report. The report shows that there are currently almost 85,000 people experiencing homelessness in Ontario. And, there's been particular rises in rural and northern homelessness, a 37% increase in those rates, 2,000 encampments across the province. And the report really asserts that this is not a temporary crisis. This is a predictable outcome to the underlying conditions that have not been addressed that are still leading to inflow to homelessness. And those are some of the things that we've talked about earlier today in terms of income security, the child welfare system, justice, the health system, and the other the pieces that have been discussed throughout many of the reports. So I do expect that this will be discussed or a topic at the Roma conference. A big thank you to Ms. Poplinski, who has shared this on our social media channels, but I think there's some really good data that has been consolidated from all municipalities in Ontario to put together this updated report. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Warden, please.
I've just got to say, Lindsay Jones, the new executive director of AMO, did an outstanding job in the media yesterday. And what I found amazing, you watch reporters or at least the people at the desk, I don't know if they're reporters, and they do a news segment, then they go on to the next one. And I found it very interesting. On CP24 yesterday, they let Lindsay's interview play completely out. And when they came back to the desk, you could see it actually impacted the panel. They were looking at each other like, this is serious. We can't blow by this. And I applaud Lindsay and her whole staff and AMO for compiling so much information and so heartbreaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Pembroke?
Madam Chair, if we're finished, I have another item of business, if you're finished with the discussion.
Okay. Member from Adamson Bromley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to pick up, so we did have a discussion about the Heart Hub. So the H in Heart is homeless. So I think almost by it is human nature that the addiction component to Heart has utilized a lot of the conversation and the discussion, because those are people that are facing serious harm, if not death. So thrilled that we're actually making change on that. But the H in Heart is homeless. So it is difficult, particularly as the warden is suggesting. I'm sitting here when, once again, Ms. Patrick is talking about how the social assistance funds have been frozen at 2018. So we are hearing nothing constantly on the news but how expensive the cost of living is, groceries, rent, everything that we're doing. So I want everybody that might be in this room or watching this after the fact, now start thinking about paying all of those with your 2018 income. If you want to really grasp what is driving this, we are confronted with it. It is not a complex situation. I understand that housing is complex. Right across the spectrum, right from affordable, attainable, whatever your conversation is, right up to upper middle class, if you wish. Simply, the homes are not being constructed to meet our needs. But with respect to those that are homeless, where it is most acute, it is not difficult to see why there are more people homeless when I'm going to try and pay my rent on my social assistance funds, even though they're stuck at the rent that I was paying 8 years ago. That is mathematically impossible to close that loop. So we cannot say that we are mystified at why we are seeing that homelessness is in fact continuing to increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you. I'd ask all of you to check your junk mail, if you don't mind, please. I sent out a notice yesterday about United Way, and there's some programming and some program funds that you can apply for, and communities can apply for, and groups can apply for, and just so that you can. It somehow ended up. I was speaking to one member earlier, and ended up in their junk mail section. So if you could take a look at it. If you don't receive it, let me know, because there's a hot link in it that'll take you right to the application. So that's why I thought I'd mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Member from Pembroke?
Madam Chair, I have to stand. I don't think you should be sitting when you're issuing an apology to anybody. Last meeting of Social Services, under the auspices of Mayor Murphy, now Warden Murphy, I abruptly got up and left the meeting based on the fact that I was not included in a comment that I wanted to make in regards to the remuneration of the warden and the comparators. So I think what had kind of ticked me at the particular time was the day before I was looking at our budget numbers, seeing the amount of money that we contributed to the county. I think we've always had good relationships with the county. I respect each and every member here and the staff that's sitting here. My departure, rude and quick departure, was uncalled for. I folded up my paperwork and I left. But I think what had happened was there's a smooth transition from social services to another meeting, and I should not have been there. But the warden, to her great to her great political acumen, did not embarrass me. I think I embarrassed myself. So I hope that you'll sincerely accept my apology. I didn't mean to hurt anybody's feelings. I guess I was speaking from the inner child. We all have a bit of the inner child in us, right? And it was a knee-jerk reaction. So please forgive me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Excuse me. Is there any other new business? Seeing none, I have a recommendation that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, February 11th, 2026. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from Admiston Bromley, seconded by the member from McNabb Braeside. All in favor? Carried. We are adjourned, and we will reconvene at 1:55 for the corporate services meeting. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call the Corporate Services meeting to order at 1:55 p.m. I'd like to thank the warden for the opportunity to chair this committee, and also my vice chair, the member from Killaloe-Haggerty-Richards, David Mayville, is very much a part of me being up here. Ms. Wilson, have you taken roll call yet?
Yes, Chair, roll call has been taken and we have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, thank you very much. Could I now get a mover, please? We've moved to item 4, which is the minutes. Could I now get a mover, please, and seconder that the minutes of the November 12, 2025 meeting be approved? Mover would be the member from Head Clare Mariah, seconded by a member from Petawawa. Discussion, please. All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you very much. And there are closed minutes, recognizing, as you know from previous meetings, that if there's any need for discussion, we'd have to go to closed. And could I get a mover, please, for the closed minutes of the November 12, 2025 meeting? Member from, the warden, and then secondly, the member from McNabb-Braeside. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. Item number 5, we have 4 presentations scheduled for today's meeting to overview the 2026 departmental budget. I'll turn it over to the CAO to start the presentations. You should note that these are, of course, information and for the most part. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. So it's a bit of a different tact. Obviously, we've started earlier today with a number of presentations. Obviously, the intent, whether implied or mentioned earlier today, was that this forms part of the overall budget conversation that we'll be having on at the end of the month of January. So this saves you a bit of time in terms of relitigating, if you will, the overall business plans for a number of departments. So although this speech is coming towards the end of today's, that is the intent of hearing and seeing what you did today. So where we're at today is the departmental plans for a number of pieces, including the CAO's office, the clerk's office, and of course you'll hear from my colleagues in corporate services. It's very intentional, the tone of this presentation. 2026 is a transition year. But the focus this year is basically on stability, completion of approved priorities, and making sure the organization and governance structure are in good shape for the next council term. And click. So this slide, and I know you all have it, I know you committed everything to memory, so I won't go over each one of them. But from a CAO's perspective, the role is about integration, pulling people together, policy together, planning and performance so council decisions can be implemented effectively. From the clerk's side, of course, my colleague to my right, the focus is on governance integrity, transparency, legislative compliance, and public trust. And especially as we head into several months from now, an election year, that guardian role increasingly becomes more important. So again, we delivered a lot of this to you in December, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but 2025 was a full and complex year. Lots of capital delivered. Thank you to my colleagues at the SLT and their management team. Lots of advocacy. There's some organizational change. And of course, as you've heard today, a whack, I'm not sure how to measure a whack, but a ton of cross-departmental coordination. We also continued to evolve the corporate leadership model and intentionally invested in culture and engagement tied to what we now know as our why statement across the corporation. On the clerk side, there were no surprises, and that's a good thing. High legislative compliance, of course, continued modernization, and steady support to council and committees, and of course, the introduction of committee of the whole, which for the most part, other than some of the length of the meetings, has gone very well. So moving forward to 2026, governance and council support. This is the final year of your term, as you are well aware, as you're starting to consider your futures in municipal politics. So the emphasis on this year is really just what's finishing what council has already approved, not launching new directions. And this is definitely in keeping with what the warden had to say during her inaugural speech, is really keeping the foot on the gas and keeping going for this year and completing what we've started. And throughout the year, we'll be intentionally preparing the groundwork for early 2027 strategic planning with the incoming council. So while we're just in January of the 4th year, we're already looking ahead to a new council, new planning, and new training for the new council members, because I believe it was members of this council during a meeting back in September said they were woefully unprepared for what was expected of them as a county council member. So we're looking 10 miles ahead to see how we can prepare you or your successors to be successful with county council. And finally, organizational readiness, continuing to embed the why across organizations, supporting leadership development, and making sure staff feel informed and supported through this transition. So, did it shift? Not yet. Sorry, just going back a little bit on this one. So, in terms of the clerk's priorities, high quality support to council and committees through the final year, of course, as we've mentioned, legislative and policy compliance, and equally as noted is that the legislation continues to evolve and timelines tighten. Gwen's involved in a number of MFIPA requests that seem to be coming at us quite heavily now in election year. You're starting to see a few more calls from the public asking for more information. So we just need to be sure that those deadlines are met. And as we know, and as many of your municipalities know, records and transparency and public access is incredibly important. And we're looking at modernizing these systems while reinforcing the public confidence in council decision-making. So from budget and resource requirements, there are really no significant staffing increases anticipated for 2026. The focus will be on continued investment in tools that support governance, communication, and leadership capacity, some of which have been presented to you already and will be brought forward as directed as business cases. And that's really about the corporate services managers. So some flexibility may be required to respond to transition-related demands, particularly as we approach the election period. So what we're suggesting, and I think we've brought this forward already in terms of using some of the surplus dollars, if you will, or some of the excess, is to look at those unaccounted for things that happen throughout the year and just making sure that they're resourced appropriately. A number of risks that, again, they were in your package, but these risks are not unexpected for a final year of your term, and certainly not an election year. They're largely around pieces of transition, capacity, and external uncertainty, and of course not operational instability. From a governance perspective, the biggest risk is really getting sure that we're sure on procedural and legislative issues and that there are no missteps. And of course, the clerk's role becomes especially critical in 2026. Your own clerks are going to play a huge role, of course, as you enter an election. Thankfully, luckily, we don't have an election here. We are thankful. But that becomes that overall white noise that happens by about May 1st. And of course, keeping our eye on things like attendance and making sure reports are delivered on a certain timeline and getting all those things are very important to us. We anticipate that starting May or June, we'll start to see members of the public be a little more interested as they run for council or run for head of council in what the actions of the county are. On the opportunity side from the CAO clerk standpoint is that 2026 gives us the chance to have opportunity in terms of transition. So document institutional knowledge from all of you here, strengthen governance foundations, and ensure the next council inherits an organization that's ready from day one. So actually, the election year actually can be fun. It reinforces public trust through transparency, consistency, and professionalism. I'm sure none of you ever thought an election year would be referred to as fun, but it is fun in the I will be shamed. But for us in the municipal geeky world, it can be. So really, from a CEO standpoint and a clerk standpoint, overall, this plan is about finishing strong, 2027 or 2026 strong, governing well, and setting the next council up for success without losing the momentum that and stability along the way that you've afforded us so far. So very brief. I'm just trying to set the tone for my colleagues. And I guess, I'm not sure who's next on the agenda. It is Daniel. I will ask the treasurer to make his way. Once again. Chair, we can take questions right at the end of all of these, or if you want to handle them up to one-to-one.
I was watching hands. There were no hands up during your presentation, so we'll do them as we go along, if that's okay with everybody.
I am here till the end of the day, so yeah, that's fair.
Thanks.
Thank you, Craig, and good afternoon again to County Council. So for the Finance Division, so Finance is, of course, an internal service division. We handle revenue, grants, payables, payroll, and all financial reporting for the County of Renfrew. So we empower the organization with financial clarity, integrity, and strategic insight, ensuring every decision is informed and every resource is optimized and the direction of County Council is followed. Read that one word for word, because that's a good one. In review of the 2025 year, so again, our achievements, so we have successfully had our budget passed. We received clean audit reports for our various financial entities in June. Our long-term financial plan and pre-budget approval for capital was received in October, and we continue to work on our scheduling morphing into payroll system that was started implementation midway through the year. In terms of risks, again, to repeat what I said last year at this time, our legacy enterprise resource platform, so Microsoft Great Plains, that does accounts payable and functionally all of our financial reporting, is end of life in April of 2029, and we are beginning the process of replacing that. Of course, beginning with scheduling, but we will be going through the whole process of replacing our major financial software. I would say that though that with that change comes a number of opportunities. Our current system is somewhat limited in what it provides. It is an older system. So as we make that transition, there's a number of areas we could look to make improvements across the corporation that would help realize efficiencies. So of course, moving towards a paperless accounting records, moving towards central procurement or a purchase order system functioning. And then of course, better reporting tools. So the ability to track more items in our financial software as opposed to using manual tracking alongside our financial software. So we're really beginning this project now and looking forward to having it implemented at the latest in the 2028 year, definitely ahead of any deadline in 2029. In terms of budget requirements, the only thing we'll note is that as we transition ourselves to any new accounting platform or software platform, these are no longer systems that we buy once and then install on a server and that's the end of it. These are now going to be ongoing software as service costs. And so in common with many of the other departments, we are experiencing an increase in our computer costs as an ongoing item, but again, we're not buying an upfront system. In terms of staffing, as Craig mentioned and you've already seen, the move away from the Director of Corporate Services to Associate Director positions will save across corporate services about $140,000. And we're looking to take those savings and return to the idea of the provision for unallocated funds, or what we're now calling a strategic priorities reserve. So that is a pool of money that we can access to tackle things that are unforeseen as they arise. And we can pivot and draw on this pool of funds to know that we have money behind the decisions we might make. And, again, it's a provision for things we don't know about, but one of the items we're relatively sure about is that we should have some money set aside to do some strategic planning with the incoming new council. And this would be a good opportunity to leave those funds in the strategic priorities reserve and to use them to do strategic planning when the new council begins office. And then again, just to highlight our risks and opportunities for the new year. So again, transitioning our financial platform, and of course our opportunities come from that as well, is that we will have the opportunity to provide better information with a new accounting platform. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions for Mr. Burke? My only question for you, sir, is Great Plains. My recollection is it's about 30 years old, and one of the regrets of it, I believe, is that we didn't fully understand it and use all of the various sectors or segments or whatever. Modules.
Through you, Chair. Yes, that is correct. It's 25 years old. Mr. Foss put it in on his first day. Just copy and pasted off the hospital that he came from. It has a lot of capability. It's not a bad system. It's lived its life, and we would certainly look forward to having more capability. But again, we are not the organization we were 30 years ago either. And for a long time, it was best in class. And we're looking to make that jump to the new best in class going forward.
One final question. Will the procurement process allow other municipalities to join in, or will we be going through that silly thing where everybody has to have their own license, so they have to pay this exorbitant front fee and then the normal fees?
Again, what we're looking at, to be frank, is upgrading from the old Microsoft system to the new Microsoft system, which is, and I'm sure Chris is going to talk about a little bit more, essentially an Office 365 module. And there's lots of opportunities there for shared, I don't want to say hosting, but shared Office 365 integrations that could allow parallel systems to run. Very much so. That's certainly something, and I don't want to steal my colleague's thunder.
Thank you very much. Member from Amherst Bromley.
Just one question, and I don't want to come because this is going to happen in the spring again anyway. So we have done the last 2 terms of council was in the first year. I think the next strategic plan will be the 4th one for the county of Renfrew, if memory serves. What was the cost of that when we did that in 2023, January 2023?
Through you, Chair, I'm going to suggest it was likely, I believe it was less than 50. I know that much. I think the second one certainly was an update. It was a lot less because we did a lot of the work afterwards. Eric Lockhart facilitated both sessions, and then the second time we did a lot of the compilation of the data and making it into a thing. So I think it was maybe only 30,000. I think actually at the end of the day.
Seems like it's about halfway between a bunch and a whack of money. Is that fair? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Burke. And Mr. Belmore, please.
Good afternoon, committee. I'm here to talk about the Human Resource Department's 2026 departmental plan. So, why does the Human Resource Department exist? And I'm going to read it right from here. We exist to ensure that the County of Renfrew attracts, retains, develops, and supports a skilled and engaged workforce that delivers exceptional public services. We serve every department within the County of Renfrew, and we serve a number of your lower tier municipalities as well through shared service agreements. We provide expertise in what I'm going to say is a full scope of HR services, from recruitment and selection through progressive discipline, through labor relations, through succession planning, performance assessments, collective bargaining, so full service, full scope services provided by our department. So in 2025, some of our key achievements were definitely leadership and policy modernization, and that's thanks in part to this body here today for allowing us to get those policies created and approved and put in place to help make the County of Renfrew an employer of choice. We were also working to support the existing strategic plan through meaningful student and youth engagement, through co-op opportunities being revamped here at the County of Renfrew, offering internships at the County of Renfrew, as well as speaking at local high schools, again, about careers at the County of Renfrew, but also in municipal government overall. We also worked to prioritize employee well-being. So last year, we created an employee position in the Human Resource Department for health, safety, and wellness. You heard that alluded to in some of the presentations earlier from my colleagues. They are really taking the lead on getting us compliant with health and safety legislation in areas that we had identified as gaps, but also rolling out really good wellness initiatives across the county. We're also advancing our diversity and inclusion initiatives. We had presentations from PFLAG last year here at the county. We have created a EDI committee, which is a staff committee of members from around the county to help us lead initiatives. And we are, hopefully in short order going to be launching an EDI survey that we've got drafted to, again, gather more data to help us make data-driven decisions to help support EDI here at the County of Renfrew. Essentially, our goal, again, is to become an employer of choice and remain an employer of choice. Some of the key learnings that we took from 2025 include prioritizing skills over credentials for workforce agility. This is particularly apparent where we've noticed shortfalls in skills where we can't find anyone in the market. So instead, what we're doing is building people. So if we hire someone for their fit, we can build them and train them up to fit our needs. A great example that the Director of Long-Term Care spoke about was our international workers. So we identified staff shortages in registered nurses. The folks that came over as PSWs in Canada, the majority of them are registered nurses in their home countries. And I don't have the exact number, but if memory serves, about 4 of them so far have completed the NCLUX, which is the equivalency test to get them certified with the College of Nurses of Ontario. And we have had one of them succeed in obtaining both the NCLUX and the valid work documentation, which I'll allude to a little bit further in my presentation, to take a registered nurse role at the Bonachere Manor. And there are a number of others that are just waiting for the red tape of the federal government to help us move forward with them taking on registered nurse roles here. We also have learned a lot about AI. And my colleague Chris is going to speak to technology advancements, but use of AI in HR, we use it quite a bit now. And Chris and I just past week were on a seminar with a consultant who was talking about providing training to all of our staff to be able to best leverage AI, but also about uses of AI that I hadn't even considered for use here, like an AI chatbot to help answer common HR questions from our staff members and things like that, so that we can dedicate the human time to the higher value services as opposed to what's my dental coverage for braces and taking time up like that. Some of the risks that we identified in 2025, obviously talent shortages and retention challenges in specialized roles. That seems to be a recurring theme. Labor relations issues and attendance concerns. So we have, I would suggest it's not limited to long-term care. When Dean was speaking about attendance concerns, I would say the broader labor market in general and workforce in general has shifted its mentality, and sometimes coming to work is not necessarily always top of mind for folks anymore. So we're looking at developing an attendance support program / attendance management program to help people to ensure they're supported so that they're able to come to work. Obviously, everyone's talking about increased complexity due to new legislation. The Employment Standards Act just released new changes effective January 1st this year, which we're still working at implementing here at the county, and it is always evolving and requires updates to our corporate policies and procedures. With all of these changes and changes across all of our departments, we've seen change fatigue affecting morale and productivity. We are seeing people burn out, which again is why it's important for us to have someone in a wellness type role to ensure that our staff are supported appropriately. We've done that with benefit package enhancements, We've done that with our Employee and Family Assistance Program and the offerings that it has. And again, we continue to look at innovative ways in line with our why statement on how best to support our community, which from the HR department's perspective is our workforce. Our priorities for 2026 include remaining compliant with mandatory changes in policy and legislation, including ESA, increased innovation with the use of AI and automation in HR processes, embedding our why statement into all of our functions. This is a lens we take right now when we're reviewing all policies to ensure that they are in alignment with our why statement, but it's also a lens to look at all of our decisions that we make to ensure that we are carrying out our why. Another piece to do with our why statement that we're interested in doing is embedding it into all of our people. Right now, the training on our why statement has been largely limited to the management and supervisory teams, the folks that helped craft the why, but we need to get it down to every single person in the organization. And to that end, we're developing training for all of our staff so that they can see how they fit into the broader picture and understand their why as well. The last piece of our 2026 priorities is the enhanced use of tools, including our centralized scheduling system that's under development as we speak, that Daniel also alluded to, as well as continued development of our HRIS, our Human Resource Information System. So some major projects and milestones that I see happening over 2026 include the system build-out and enhancement of our HRIS. We've been making use of all of its core functions and a number of other modules since 2022 and 23, but we can still build out more in our training module as well as further use of our safety module. Again, now that we have our health and safety specialist in-house, we're able to make better use of these tools again to help us make data-driven decisions when it comes to identifying areas that we should prioritize for health and safety. Centralized scheduling system build-out and rollout by the end of Q3 of this coming year. DEI program expansion throughout the year. Again, I mentioned we had PFLAG here in our committee. We've also done some Indigenous training with the Renfrew and Area Administrators Group, and that's something we're continuing on with our next date set in March of 2026. We were also working at branding the County of Renfrew as an employer of choice and ensuring that people recognize the County of Renfrew. You know, on a brand recognition perspective, when we're attending career fairs, they actually think about the County of Renfrew as an employer, because it's quite interesting how often we're still, you know, forgotten about, you know, we're not the town of Renfrew, we're the County of Renfrew. So there's still a lot of people that are confused by who we are. We've been taking initiatives to help brand ourselves, including recent hires in 2026 being on our LinkedIn posts. And again, thank you to Tina and social media coordinator, who's posting out our new hires and a little bio and tying it into our why statement and why they chose to come and work at the County of Renfrew as an attraction tool for future employees of the county. We have sported a number of nice pieces of county clothing, and we continue to expand our selection available for purchase by all of our staff to help, again, get the brand recognized and out there. We have attended a number of recruiting events, and we have a number set to attend this year, as well as visiting local high schools to build relationships with the co-op teachers and the careers and civics teachers so that we can get it top of mind for all of the students in Renfrew County that a career at the County of Renfrew or in municipal government in general is something that they should look into for the future. Another one of our priorities for next year is going to be a compensation market review. This will be our 4-year mark since our last one that was done by Gallagher. This will be used as a retention tool to help us understand where we fit in the market and how competitive we are. And our last piece is our employee engagement survey. So we completed one in 2022, a second one in 2024, so it makes sense in 2026 to redo our engagement survey to get a pulse on what the employees feel is needing and lacking and where we can help improve to make the County of Renfrew again an employer of choice. In terms of budget resources and requirements for 2026, our operating pressures continue to exist through increased compliance and training costs. We do have a number of training programs that are mandatory that, you know, the costs continue to go up for them. We also have, specifically in the HR department, a team of all professionals that have mandatory professional development training hours required as part of their accreditations, and the cost for that increase as well. And also, we want to upskill our staff. We want to train them with new skills so that they're able to offer more services to the county and to our lower tiers as well. From a capital requirements perspective, we don't have any nice fancy roads like Lee, but we do have our HRIS system. And as Daniel mentioned, everyone's going on a subscription-based cost for their software. We were really lucky when we got our software. We had municipal modernization funding pay for it for 3 years. Unfortunately, the 3 years ends February 1st, 2026, so we will be on the Cash for Life program for the software companies. And similarly, the same sort of capital investment in our centralized scheduling system. From a staffing perspective, specifically to our department, we want to retain our staff and upskill them. We've recently had success in filling our vacant human resource business partner role and refilling our health, safety, and wellness role, as again with an internal promotion from the paramedic service. We've also welcomed the first of the schedulers into the centralized scheduling portfolio, now working dedicated to the paramedic service. In terms of revenue opportunities, we've already been doing this with shared services with local municipalities. So that's a revenue opportunity for us, but it's also a cost savings for everybody in that the cost for a human resource business partner or myself to attend and provide advice is considerably cheaper than the legal fees or outside consultant costs. As well, the training that we're able to bring in-house is training that usually needs a minimum number of attendees. I can think of electrical safety authority training or working at heights training that we've put on. We put on some here in Pembroke and some in Renfrew, and we've invited folks. We've had people from Petawawa attend. We've had people from Madawaska Valley come and attend. And where you only have 1 or 2 individuals that need this training perhaps out of your whole workforce, it doesn't make sense to do it on your own, but we can leverage our shared power together and offer those trainings across the county. And also from cost savings perspective, the automation and process efficiencies with use of new technologies. So just this morning, Daniel and I were collaborating on how the new UKG software is going to actually change a piece of paper that we use. It's called the employment record, and that really drives all of our decisions across the county. It's how we put people in payroll, how we put them in the HR system, how we say they're on leaves, off leaves, and everything like that, and how we can use the new scheduling software to actually automate that process and maybe update that form so it has less fields on it and meet the needs of the new system. In terms of service levels, I would say we looked at it from, sort of stable, what's growing, and what's at risk. So stable, our core HR services are stable, as well as our occupational health services. We're seeing a lot of increase in recruitment and onboarding demands. Again, last year, I'd say was a banner year for the county with 219 new hires during the year. Recognizing our headcount hasn't grown by 219 people, but it replaces attrition through retirements, non-voluntary turnover, end of contracts and things like that, as well as resignations. So it's a huge volume. And again, without our HRIS that we have today, it's not something we would be able to maintain. Thankfully, the system's quite integrated. If we click, we have a vacancy, it actually posts the job on our website, it connects it on the internet, it gathers the resumes. So it really takes out a lot of manual intervention that used to be done by people at a time when a decade ago we were hiring 20 people a year at the county. We're also seeing labor relations demands increasing. It's a very complex landscape, bargaining with our unions. As of this date, we are expired on 4 of our 5 collective agreements, so we've only got 1 in force till the end of next year. So again, it's a large workload in terms of managing all those bargainings, as well as employee wellness, because again, we're seeing burnout and stress in people, an increase in mental health issues amongst our own staff. It's not just the general society, but we're seeing it in our own staff. So again, it's really imperative that we have someone like Chris here to help us with wellness initiatives across the county to help ensure our staff are here. And then at risk, obviously, I'm not sure what's coming down the pipe yet in terms of compliance and policy updates, but we will have to adapt as they're given to us from the province. In terms of performance measures and KPIs, I've put a number on here that I'm hoping we'll be able to actually start reporting on in addition to what's already in the consent report today, including number of new hires, training completions, policies updated and implemented, as well as tracking how many HR services are requested and resolved. And some of these can be done with the use of automation and AI. Outcomes, managing what we actually accomplished. So again, our employee engagement score that will come from our survey again this year, our retention and turnover rate, and I'll point out here that this would be the voluntary retention and turnover rate, because obviously there's a level of involuntary turnover that does happen, as well as internal promotion rate, which is something that falls in line with our why statement. We're trying to build a good community here. We've invested in policy F01 for training that was approved late last year in council, and that's allowing us to build people internally to fit the skill set that we need for the future roles. And then obviously efficiency and cost. So time to hire, obviously we need to do that quickly to be able to have bodies and seats to provide services to the ratepayers. Cost per hire, we're making better use now of digital platforms than we ever have before, and probably a lot less print advertising, which makes it a little more less costly to hire someone new. We've actually purchased LinkedIn job slots, so the county has 2, and we do offer them to the lower tiers as well to post, and they're essentially they help bump your job higher up on people's feeds so that it gets more attraction and more clicks and follows through to our website to consider us as an employer. And then again, we want to be tracking absenteeism rates, that this will be a measure of how our attendance support program makes out. So cross-department collaboration, I'd say all of us in corporate services are really lucky just by the nature of our department, being a service level department to the organization, have had the opportunity to collaborate with all of the departments. We've also partnered with our lower tiers, and we've done a number of those and continue to do so. Our goal is to continue to build a resilient, people-focused organization to meet the needs of our community. I've talked a little bit about our why statement already and how we want to continue some training on it and building it into all of our policies and using it as a lens. But we're committed to living our why statement by building by cultivating a compassionate, collaborative, creative, and inclusive environment, and continuing to support people and drive organizational excellence to reflect our county values in our why statement. Perfect. Last slide is risks and opportunities for our department. So some risks and red flags. Obviously, talent shortages are a risk. Compliance complexity. I would say we're learning very large lessons around foreign workers. We have roughly 75 foreign workers working across the county of Renfrew, largely in our 2 long-term care homes. The complexities of the immigration system, the changes and the very fast and present changes that have happened with immigration policy at the federal government level around numbers of people allowed in, the renewals of visas, implied status between visas. So this is a complexity and regulation that we've never really faced before, and it's making Dean and I essentially immigration lawyers, and what we're learning to be able to support these staff, because they come knocking, it seems like 2 to 3 a day, asking for help and guidance on what they should do so that they can stay working for us, because we have shown them we are an employer of choice and they want to stay with us. They just need our help as much as we can within the complexities of the federal government. And obviously, I mentioned the labor relations landscape with 4 out of 5 collective agreements expired or just having recently expired in the last 13 days or 14 days. It's a lot of work to maintain our labor relations with the unions. And again, dealing with society in general today, where there's perhaps a larger sense of entitlement than there's ever been before, where we're seeing grievances for things that would be petty 10 years ago. These are things that are getting pushed forward and being a drain on resources today. Obviously, again, more sort of risks and emerging regulation changes, as well as AI regulation. We know we're going to have a policy on AI and what it can be used for. So we'll see what if that limits us at all. Obviously, opportunities in our technology needs and risks, essentially, in our HRIS. File management is something that we need to work on because we have a large number of files. Workflows, which is something that we can build in to the MS 365 environment. So again, I'm not going to steal any of Chris's thunder. Our centralized scheduling, but most importantly, especially with HR data, protecting the cybersecurity of all this information, because it contains a lot of confidential information about folks. Obviously, we've got our workforce challenges in recruitment, skills gaps, which are being addressed, thankfully, again, with our training policy F01, retention, trying to be an employer of choice, ensuring our labor relations and our attendance are all up to speed. And our other strategic opportunities include more shared services with the lower tiers. Now that we have our employee health and wellness person back and restaffed, that's something that we're going to look at sharing with lower tiers. We're getting him trained up in a few new areas that may be able to offer service to lower tiers as well, with skills that we didn't have in-house before. I think that is the last slide of my presentation, so I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from members of council, committee? I just have one question. You mentioned cost per hire. Do we have a comparison between cost per hire versus retention programs? Like, for instance, if it's $20 per employee to hire them as an example, and we brought in 250, that's $500, or $5,000, I guess. But if we, and what do we spend on retention? So do we have that kind of a comparison so that we can justify spending an appropriate amount on retention?
Not currently chaired, but that's definitely something we can look into.
And seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Mr. Belmore. Thank you. And Mr. Ridden, please. And I don't think you should take to heart the comments about your suppliers that Mr. Belmore made. I don't share those.
Well, Mr. Rinnesmake is come on, sorry. I just want to clarify. So I went back in the files. The strategic planning session was about $8,000 last year, so it's a little less than a whack. So, all right, just to be clear.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. And before you, we have the Information Technology 2026 Department Plan. So on our first slide here, we're going to talk a little bit about our department purpose. So what we're here for is we are dedicated to managing and supporting the technology services for the County of Renfrew, with a focus to ensure technology operations run smoothly and efficiently for county staff. Along with that, one of our major goals is to take cybersecurity and make sure we have cybersecurity controls, and that our data is protected, our networks are protected, our computers are safe, and that sort of stuff. Moving on to some of our 2025 reviews and key learnings. Some of our achievements this year, or for past year, were some cybersecurity enhancements. We deployed 2 new tools across our environment. One to allow us to monitor our network more closely to see what's going on, and another one to monitor our endpoints or our workstations. Some of the key advantages with these new tools is they have autonomous response capabilities. So if there's an attack on our network at 3 o'clock in the morning, obviously IT staff aren't here to defend and try and stop it. It will take action to shut those down. So those are key. A lot of the bad guys out there, I'll refer to them as, now they know that most organizations our size don't have 24/7 IT support, so they're gonna hit you in the middle of the night. They're gonna hit you on the weekends. They're gonna hit you on a statutory holiday, that kind of stuff. So that's just some of their tactics, and these tools have been key to help thwart some of those attacks on our network. Another thing that we conducted last year was a upgrade of our computer systems from Windows 10 operating system to Windows 11. And the key reason for that is Microsoft stopped supporting the Windows 10 environment, and one of the best ways to keep your networks and your environment secure is to make sure your computers are up to date, receiving the latest system patches and that from Microsoft. So in a deployment of about 600 computers across the corporation, that required about 400 upgrades. So that was a big job for the IT staff. And we've also done a fair number of IT infrastructure upgrades. Everything from file servers to wireless networks,
network switches, all the stuff that runs in the background that most of the staff never see, but it's what's required to make everything work. So some of the things that we've learned from the past year is there is still a need for additional cybersecurity training for our end users. There doesn't a day go by that we get an email, hey, Chris, can you tell me if this email is valid or not, and that sort of stuff. So we do see a lot of that still, and it's something that we need to continue to do and probably enhance. Right now, we are basically just training. Everybody in the corporation has been trained once. So as new staff are brought on board, we're making sure that we run them through our training program. It would be nice to be able to do this, annually for all the staff, but as Mr. Belmore and Daniel mentioned, software as a service, subscription fees, we try to make do with what we can. Another need that we see that's coming up is the need for an AI policy in templates. And not only this is actually being driven by the province under Bill 194. So every organization needs to have an AI policy. So that is something that we are working on as we speak. And with the adoption of AI, I really think it's going to be important that we have some security tools that we can use to enforce the proper use of it. And to protect our private information, so that stuff isn't being fed into the AI engines, and which then can cause a data breach and that sort of stuff. So that is definitely another tool that we're going to be looking at for next year. Some of our risks, for me, it's going to be a constant theme of cybersecurity. That's always going to be my biggest risk, the thing that keeps me up at night, trying to keep our networks secure. The adoption of AI, it's a great tool. It's going to create efficiencies, but with that, there does come risk with our private information being exposed to the outside world. So making sure we have the policies, the training, the templates, the tools in place to help keep us protected with that stuff. Another thing that is a risk is our document management. As we've gone down this road of the Microsoft 365 platform and starting to make use of all these tools, our data is no longer sitting on the servers here in the county admin building. It's sprawling everywhere in applications like Microsoft Teams and SharePoint and OneDrive and OneNote. So that really has an impact on our file retention, our backups, that sort of stuff. And when Gwen gets MFIPA requests, having to try and pull all this data in from 8 million spots is always a really hard task. So an electronic document management system is going to be key for that. And the last risk I have on this slide here is some of our aging IT infrastructure, and not just in this building, but all of our buildings combined. You may have heard of the term IoT or Internet of Things. So things like building automation systems, nurse call systems, phone systems, all of those systems, a lot of them, what happens is they get installed. Some of them could be 10, 15 years old, and these vendors do not put any patches out. They don't upgrade them. They don't do anything to them. So a lot of network breaches are happening because people are coming through these old systems, building systems, and so we're trying to work with all of the departments to make sure that we get these systems upgraded and they're installed in a secure manner. So again, some of our 26 priorities, common theme here, cybersecurity for me. That's the biggest thing. It's so complex, it's ever evolving. What we know today is outdated tomorrow. So that is the biggest, one of our biggest priorities that we need to contend with and make sure we stay on top of it. AI adoption, there's great benefit from it. There's no stopping AI. AI is built into everything. So we need to, work with it, make sure we have the appropriate guardrails in place, the appropriate training for our staff, what they know they can use it for, what they can't use it for, which feeds right into technology innovation. The use of AI is going to make a lot of efficiencies for some of the mundane tasks. Mr. Belmore mentioned an agent, which I think would be a great idea for, we can train it on the county policies specifically. Somebody wants to know how many vacation days they get. They wanted to know, how much money they get for braces. Like we can use those tools in a kind of a crawl, walk, run approach. Start small and then go from there. So some of our major projects and milestones for next year are the AI policy and templates. So right now, I'm working with a group of IT managers and directors that are basically made up from the members of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. Some of you may have heard of the EIOTC group. So again, fellow IT managers, that sort of stuff. We've engaged a consultant, Perry Group, to help us build these templates and policies so that all the municipalities are working off the same playing field. They'll all have the same playbook. And once we're hoping to have some sort of a draft ready by the end of Q1. And once we do finally get these policies in that, it's definitely something that we can make available to the local municipalities as well, so that you guys can take advantage of them. IT infrastructure upgrades. Right now, we're in the process of upgrading our storage area network in this building. That's where all our files that are stored in this building are stored on this device. So that is in progress right now. Another one that we have coming up is our migration for our county website. So the back end of our website that holds all the data and all that sort of stuff, the backbone of it is end of life. So our vendor has told us, if you're going to remain with us, you need to do an upgrade. So that is supposed to be scheduled to start that sometime this month. And we'll be looking at moving that forward with some new efficiencies, more ability for us to make some changes to the website without having to go back to the vendor for them to do it for us. Our cellular contract for the corporation is up this month, so we've gone out. So I'm starting the process to go out to the three big telcos, Bell, TELUS, and Rogers, to get some proposals and have a look and a review at what coverage is best for us in this area. We're also going to be looking at doing a voice over IP or a VoIP phone system review for the corporation. About a year and a half ago, we did a pilot project with community services, and I think Andrea could probably agree with me that it's worked very well. One of the benefits with this type of a phone system is that we would have the ability to interconnect all of our buildings, not just this building. So if you want to call somebody at Bonashire Manor or Renfrew County Place, you just dial their extension, really simple and easy to do. It would also bring us the ability to have a one number for all county services. So very handy. Cybersecurity, again, ongoing, and some AI training. We're looking at doing some AI training with the staff here at the county, and also with the Renfrew Area Administrators Group. They're also looking at getting involved with some AI training, so there might be some opportunities there for training our users. Budget and resource requirements. So operating pressures, again, cybersecurity, the pressures with, everything is software as a service now, so it's subscription-based. Just trying to remain current with all the threats that are out there in the world. Those costs are going to continue to grow every year. Capital requirements, as I mentioned earlier, we're in the process of doing our network, our storage area network device here in the building. We're looking at having that completed, and then a possible wireless upgrade at Bonashare Manor, and a few servers and odds and ends here and there. Staffing, our staffing, IT staffing levels are fairly stable, and we're looking at remaining status quo on that front. We're also looking to expand on the use of our technical subscription training platform that we have. As you can imagine, technology changes at a very quick pace. So to keep the IT staff up to speed on all the new technology, we have invested in a technical training program for our staff. Revenue opportunities. Really don't have much here for IT, but one of the things that we started doing in 2025 was a surplus IT auction. Didn't generate a whole lot of money. And these are and this is for equipment that was left over that we offered for donation to the local municipalities and nonprofits. It was the stuff that was destined to go to the electronic waste recovery. So last year we were able to save 168 items from hitting the electronic recycling. So we're trying to do our part. Cost savings, efficiencies that we're looking to make with AI technology. Some of our service level, right now our core IT functions are fairly stable, and by that I mean our help desk support requests. Last year in 2025, we had a total of 5,637 requests that we closed with the 6 IT staff. Increasing cybersecurity alerts. With all these new tools that we implement, on the flip side is now we're getting tons and tons of alerts, and it's always hard to monitor those and then filter out the ones that are actually we need to deal with immediately. At risk, AI compliance and data privacy and protection. So there is risk with AI, but hopefully through training and some of the security tools that we're looking to invest in, we can help mitigate some of those issues. Performance measures and our KPIs. I'll just kind of highlight some of the ones that we kind of focus on. You'll see these KPIs are in your package as well. But some of the things that the key ones for us is rate of network uptime. So basically that's making sure that our network is available to the staff to use on a regular basis. And for something like that, we're looking at making sure our network's available 99% of the time. And if you happen to look at our KPIs in the report, you can notice that we made sure our network was up 100% of the time. So that's, I think, a good reflection on the skills and of the IT staff. Rate of successful backup jobs. Again, we run backups every night. We run them to the cloud for offsite storage. We want to make sure that those backups are successful in the event of a disaster or recovery and for business continuity. And support ticket closure rates. Really what that allows us to do is make sure that as staff have problems, we're addressing them in a efficient manner and getting everybody back to work and less disruption for them. Moving on to cross-department collaboration. Again, the Information Technology Division, we're a service department for the entire corporation. So again, we work with all the departments across the corporation. And one of the things we strive to do is make sure that the staff have the appropriate tools in place and that they're working for them to do their jobs. And to be the backstop to make sure that these tools are complying with cybersecurity and data privacy protection. And some of our risks and opportunities that I've identified here. Some of the red flags: lack of a dedicated cybersecurity analyst resources. As I mentioned, the amount of alerts that we get on any given day is enormous. So to have somebody that could handle those and with the expertise to deal with them immediately would be amazing. Some of the emerging regulations I mentioned: Bill 194, strengthening cybersecurity and building trust. So that's something that we're going to have to strive, and one of the key components of that is having an AI policy. So that's what we're working on right now. Technology needs: one of the biggest needs I see is an electronic document management system. For the reason that I mentioned before, our data is just sprawling everywhere. We need to really get a handle on that. Workforce challenges. Again, here we go, cybersecurity threats, complexity of them. They're getting really, really smart, really trying to trick staff with social engineering tricks, and it's quite interesting, the use of AI and what you can do with it now is pretty scary. Strategic opportunities. Again, we're looking at digital transformation with AI technology, new software, that kind of stuff. And that, I believe, is the last slide on my presentation.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments? I have one. You mentioned the electronic data management or document management. Again, is that something that could be available to the lower tiers if there's a system that's purchased? I know that, well, I believe that most of us are kind of dipping our toe into that at the same time and have some systems they put together over the years, recognizing there was a need at some point.
Yeah, I think so. That's a really hard question to answer, because our individual environments are so different. If we were all on the same platform, if all our data was in the same place, it would make things much easier. But I think the possibility is there.
Okay, so we'll try for 10 years, because that'll take everybody that long to get on the same page.
Yeah.
Thank you. And member from Horton.
If I may, thank you so much for that. If I can, I've got 3 different aspects or 3 different questions that I'd love to find out more information from you on. First is, you've spoken to the availability of staff after hours, and certainly the onslaught of risks not necessarily being seen outside of business hours. Wondering if you can talk a little bit more on the approach being taken for those after-hour risks and alerts that are being seen.
Right now, when the alerts come in after hours, the 2 monitoring tools that we do have, they are backed by a security team by those vendors. And if they do detect something very serious...
Excuse me, point of order here. I'm just worrying about, should we have too much in the open on the background of security? Or, sorry, the thought in my head, and I wanted to get it out there.
I was dependent upon these 2 who are experts, but that was my first thought with the question as well. But both of the are much more versed in it than I am, to be honest with you.
I can try and keep my responses very general and not really give too much detail. But if the detail is what you're looking for, then maybe we could. Okay. So yes, back to the risks. There is a team outside of our staff that are monitoring this stuff, and if they do detect something that is severe, they will take steps to shut it down.
Brilliant. Thank you for clarifying that there are indeed after-hour resources supporting the county and ensuring those alerts are being watched. Wonderful. Another one is, within your assessment and within your conversation, I wondered if there was a level of assessment that was leaning into any type of a framework, such as a NIST or an ISO, something like those, perhaps a CMMI model to give a sort of a grading of the county, which can be often be publicly asserted to show that progress or that trending or that focus, if that had been given any thought.
Absolutely.
programs?
Through the Eastern Ontario IT Managers Group, we have developed a strategic priority, and one of the priorities in there is working on a NIST platform.
Enough said. Talk more. Last, if I may, through you, Chair, is one of the big parts, certainly, is I appreciate the expansion of the county and the digital integration that you're alluding to, is the inevitable breach. Mm-hmm. You were fairly silent, however, on the breach response tactic or the approach by county. Not to go into the details of it, but can you share a little bit on if that policy does exist, and is that something that the team is training actively towards?
Yes, the policy does exist. We do have a policy with detailed, plan of attack as to what we're to do. We also have cyber insurance with our carrier, and through them we would also have some resources to pull on in the event of a breach.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you to the member for Greater Madawaska for raising that, and I should have been clear in maybe making that statement while the dialogue was going. So, but thank you for raising it. Good catch. Okay, Mr. Wren, I think you're completed now. Okay, next we'll move to item number 6, which is communications. The communications are provided for committee's information, and could I have a mover and a seconder to accept the communications as information? A mover, please. The member from Kilheggy-Richards, second is the warden. Any comments or concerns with any of the attached correspondence? Okay, seeing none, and I'll go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. Sorry, I had all those opened, just in case there was something. Next, we move to number 7, which is consent reports. The agenda includes written items of important information that were provided for your review. Could I get a mover and seconder to accept the consent reports as information? A mover, please. Member from Petawawa, second by member from Arnprior. Discussion? Just take a second. And member from Amherst Bromley.
So are these both the administration department and finance department consent reports? I'm trying to find my place here as I'm scrolling back and forth.
Yes, they are. My apologies. 7A and B.
Okay. If we're combining both of them, I just had a couple of questions on the treasurer, the November 30 treasurer's report. I don't want to jump in front if there were anything on the prior item.
I don't see anybody else raising their hand, so please.
Okay, thank you. Just one question and then one supposition, I guess. Within the paramedic budget, and I know that we had parked HART within the paramedic service initially when we approved the 2025 budget, and for 2026 it has its own budget now. But I know in the dialogue on the treasurer's report, God, when I hit that link, it just brought me to the chart. But I know it is talking about I think it's 1.227 or 277 million surplus at November 30th for the paramedic service. Noting, of course, that it's still short 1.5 million of the provincial funding. But it suggests that I think it says the majority of that surplus can be explained through the migration of HART to its own. But the HART, there's a substantial savings on the salaries, both salary and benefit, on the paramedic service that is at least twice, if not, and I apologize, I had the numbers here, but I can't find that page that had them on. It's almost 3 times the savings in our paramedic salaries as what the total salaries were for Heart. So the question is, I wonder if Mr. Burke could shed a little bit more insight into where Heart is actually accounting for the substantial surplus within the paramedic service. It certainly doesn't appear to be on salaries.
Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies. I would say perhaps generically, Heart is part of the issue. There are probably some savings in paramedic service salaries. Further to that, I would say the paramedic salaries are very weighted to the year end, in that, to be specific, a typical paramedic would bank his overtime throughout the year and have it paid out on December 31st, the final pay of the year. So there's probably a substantial change coming in December, but I would suspect that they are accounting for all that under budget in wages nonetheless across the year, just not as under budget as it appears in November, would be my comment.
Okay, thank you. And I
supplementary?
I did thank you, Mr. Chair. I did find my notes, and in fact, I want to be clear, it was not Heart, it is Mesa. The Treasurer's report identifies that the bulk of the under budget will be related to transferring the Mesa costs to the Mesa Hub Department. It is not Heart, so it's important to get that clarified. The only other supposition, I guess, is it's not really an annual, because I think last year was the first time that Mr. Burke and I had an informal, if you will, wager on where we anticipated the surplus might be. I note that in another place within the narrative of the November 30th Treasurer's report, Mr. Burke does make mention of reconciling, particularly within Mr. Quaid's long-term care homes, of some funding, though Mr. Quaid identified this morning that IPAC, I think, we do have the discretion of holding on to those and reassigning them to other values. But I'm anticipating that there probably is going to be continuing a trend that we have seen within long-term care on some surpluses. I can't glean it from the numbers that are available to me at this point, but I'm wondering if, now that we have 11 of the 12 months, if Mr. Burke could venture a suggestion on what he anticipates, because at the end of this month we're heading into budget. I'm not going to speak to the budget that is contained herein, but that's a pretty critical component.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't give an exact number because, as you mentioned last year, I lost that wager, I believe. My only comment would be in long-term care, it is very difficult to have a surplus without having municipal funding, which Bonnechere Manor didn't have any of, and we had reduced municipal funding in Miramichi Lodge. The funding that flows to long-term care is predominantly you spend $1, you get to retain $1. So it's very difficult to generate a surplus in there with ministry funding alone. That's my only comment, is that, you know, certainly Bonnechere Manor, without having a municipal component, will have almost no opportunity to generate a surplus. And maybe I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no further comments, all those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you very much. We'll move to discussion reports, and item 8A, which is the CAO is going to speak to the administration discussion report, which is going to contain details and recommendations on the duties and role of the deputy warden and the 2026 changes to the bylaw for the remuneration of members of council. Mr. Kelly.
Sounds like you just did my report, sir, so I'm pretty good for that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. So I'll read the recommendation and get into the discussion on the floor, if you will. The recommendation is that the Corporate Services Committee recommends the County Council, 1, approve the clarified role and duties of the Deputy Warden as outlined in this report. 2, direct staff to prepare any necessary amendments to the county's procedural bylaw to reflect the approved role. And 3, confirm the appointment of Deputy Warden does not confer additional authority or standing committee roles beyond those explicitly approved by County Council.
Thank you. And as we're doing things backwards, can I get a seconder and then a mover? No, can I get a mover, please? Member from Laurentian Hills, seconder Laurentian Valley, please. And any further need for background discussion?
Yeah, thank you. I'll happily go through some background on this and where we got where we are. So obviously the report is there, but you recall there was a discussion around the deputy warden last fall, I believe, and we were asked to come back to community council with a broader job description, if you will. That led us to several conversations and a bunch of research with our colleagues across Ontario and Eastern Ontario that have deputy warden positions. Most of them, 99% of them, do not have a job description per se, and other than something very similar to what we have already in our procedural bylaw, is that the deputy warden shall be ceremonial and function only. But we thought it should be a little more fulsome, and this report was based upon that, and really just breaking it down in terms of the items on, I don't know what page it was basically page 2 of that corporate services report, where the proposed duties are in Roman numerals 1 through 6, talk about representation, talk about what they should be doing for advocacy support, coordination with the ward and community representation, committee roles, and that there be no additional authority to those roles. So while they are more than ceremonial, they're basically acting in the warden's absence, should he or she or they not be available to attend meetings, conferences, seminars, or ribbon cuttings. So it breaks it down for you. I don't think I need to go through them individually, but they are there for discussion.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you very much. And next is the remuneration bylaw that the Corporate Services Committee recommends the County Council adopt the revised bylaw for the remuneration of members of the Council of the County of Renfrew effective January 1, 2026, and that bylaw 2525 be repealed. A mover, please. Okay. Member from Greater Madawaska, second Madawaska Valley, and background and discussion.
Thanks again, Chair. Happy to run through the background. This is in keeping to the conversation that was held in November with a lot of the singular motions that you recall. We obviously went through the motions from that last Corporate Services Committee, and we believe we captured all of those motions and brought them forward in this particular bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments or questions? I'm going to call the member for Abbotston Bromley.
Sorry, once again, I'm bouncing here. So this is the council remuneration bylaw. And does this incorporate, this is the entirety, the conference attendance plus honorariums, et cetera, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. My only question here is I'm anticipating, so the adjustments within here, I know that, actually I shouldn't say I know that, Mr. Burke can confirm, I think we're in the final year of the phase-in of the change that we made in, I'm going to say 2022. Because a lot of the changes that were made, in my estimation, should actually reduce the conference attendance that we now have are going to be instituting a half-day per diem for other events, et cetera. And I just wanted to square that because on the draft budget for 2026, again, that we are going to entertain at the end of this month, the salary line for council and warden is showing an increase of almost 8%. And given the changes that are being anticipated in this, I recognize that phase-in will have some proportion of that 8% increase, but it's the 8% seems high on projecting this across the entire year with what I anticipate would be reductions. Just the very fact of attendance at conferences being limited to one now So in aggregate, I would have anticipated these to have a negative impact or a reductionist impact on that salary line in council, but that's a pretty substantial increase at 8%.
Mr. Burke.
Through your chair. Yeah, happy to answer that. So again, as you point out, the increase in council salaries is that phase and is what's driving it, plus the 2% non-union COLA. We haven't made an adjustment to presume that conference expenses will go down under the new system. I think with the CAO and we believe the new system is much easier to administer, but we're not sure that it's going to lead to an actual saving of councillors attending less conferences. When we proposed it, we felt it was just an easier way to administer the conferences you already attend. Certainly that's something we can debate at the budget workshop, is should that be less, or can we expect that to be less? But we did not build that assumption into the county council budget.
Okay, thank you. And I'll also make note of one thing. In some instances, in the past, members may have asked for the per diem for a travel day. If you look right now, it says the per diem of $250 will be paid for a full day greater than 4 hours, and $125 for each half day less 4 hours while in attendance at a conference. So it's not going to cover your day of traveling somewhere or whatever. So I believe that's a change from the past, but I just want to bring it up. I'm sorry?
Yeah, I believe you're mistaken. Some of that was effective 2027. It's not actually effective 2026. Those, right? Or that was the other one?
Just specifically to what the warden's asking, that's not a change. So that was what the policy always said. You know, that the per diem was in effect for while at attendance at a conference. Now, I think as a practical matter, getting to the conference is part of attending the conference, but yeah.
Okay, my apologies. It was bolded, so I thought it was a change, so that's why I brought it up. Okay, good. Member from Hamilton Bromley?
Just for clarity, so this is effective January 1, 2026?
Yes.
Sorry, Chair. There was, and through you, there was some. I'm mistaken when I jumped in on that topic. I was thinking we were referring to others. There are some changes that your motion back in November was effective January of 2027. That's what I was referring to, and that's what I believe the chair was referring to, but I was mistaken.
That happens a lot more at this time of day. I'm given to those mistakes much more frequently at this time of day as well.
Okay, so thank you. Any further comments, questions? All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you very much. And next, we'll move to item number, we'll go to B, which is the treasurer will speak to the corporate services discussion report, which contains the recommendations on changes to the signing authority. So you'll see the recommendation is that the Corporate Services Committee recommends that County Council approve that a signing authority for the Corporation of the County of Renfrew Bank of Montreal accounts are 2 of the following 4 names: Craig Kelly, Gwen Dombrowski, Daniel Burke, and Gregory Belmore, and that the electronic signing policy be updated as required. And so can I get a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by the warden, second by the member from Laurentian Valley. And Mr. Burke, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is just our routine update. You'll note that as previously, we had the warden as a signing authority, and we would update it annually. We are moving towards an all-staff signing authority, which hopefully will require less updates. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? None. Is carried. Thank you. And could I get a mover that the discussion reports be received as presented? Member from Empire, second by the member from Head Clare Mariah. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you. There are no deferred reports. Are there any new updates or information to be received that require verbal reports? Item, and that's number 10 on the agenda. Mr. Kelly?
None, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to get a motion from you that pursuant to Section 239(2)(d) of the, certainly, all right. So with that, what I would do is what I suggest is we take a break and we return at 3:30 with the idea that we move into closed. Okay, so we'll take a break. All right, thank you. All right, thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back into order. Could I get a mover and seconder that pursuant to Section 239(2) sub D of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, the Corporate Services Committee move into a closed session to discuss labor relations or employee negotiations with CUPE. Mover, please. Member from McNabb Braeside, seconded by the member from Laurentian Hills, so we are now, all those in favor? It's carried, thank you. We are now in closed at 3:32 p.m.
Thank you very much. We're back in open, and to our viewers, committee received information regarding our QP negotiations, and direction was provided to staff. Is there any new business? Seeing none, I'd like to get a mover and seconder, please, that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, February 11, 2026. Moved by the member from Petawawa, seconded by the member from Killuhagee Richards. So we are now adjourned, and it is 4:08 p.m. Thank you to everyone. Our meetings are now over for today. Please enjoy the rest of your day.